Alright, I am here trying to meet out, trying to get things together here, guys. Um, Thought I'd swing by for a bit anyway. Uh, um, what do I do now? What's the deal? What for me? Oh, 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 I know I've not been around much. Um, Things have been afoot. Um, I've also had some things to do, been pretty sick as well. It's been a whole mixed bag, you know. Anyway, um, I'm currently refusing to partake in the fucking bait ball of bullshittery I have for days now. Anybody got time for that shit? And I think more than a few in the background are trying to continue to distract and get their drama content and all other garbage and pull me off my little wayward son way, right? I appreciate that, Markel. I don't think that's gonna happen, but I appreciate it. Uh, so I think once again, whispers in the background, that type of thing of enacted some little tragedy events to try to do the whole bait ball bullshit on top of their usual bullshit. I never got time for that. I'm sort of staying on course with where I'm trying to go here. Um, I think it's full moon because it looks like all the males are out. Right? Something. Fucking werewolves. Anyway, only on these streets. Bait machines, my bro. So anyway, I also heard like J4 was crying about memberships or something, and I don't know what that's about. Looks like Whistler, one of them's maybe taking credit. I'm not sure what that's about. Um, I hadn't been paying attention to many, but and I heard tell a squirrel got hacked or something. Not real sure about that. Just now came to my attention today. I'm like, huh, alright then. Whatever. What it do? I don't know. I don't know. Apparently the blocks have been on fire around here. Yeah, whatever. Y'all have at it. Um, but I heard SD cards. Promised ones never appeared. That did hear that. I think they're a great fun. Imagine that. Imagine that. Oh my God. The wonders never cease. Um, been taking some of my time back here to continue to go through things, which led me into some Discord areas, right? Right. Now, there's a distinct difference in the periods and the fuck shit in the Discords. Okay. During certain periods, you have like the full on takeover, like last year, right? You know, Nick over there taking over channels and Discords and others. Kind of forget who all was supposed to be in control of half of that shit. So you never really know who you're speaking to or you're speaking with. At that time, I figured I was supposed to put out half the shit coming in because of what was going on around the Slay convention and rewrite again. And so they'd have drama and to be able to pull off and do whatever, right? Same shit, different day. I chose at that time not to participate in it. It was also, I'm assuming, my putting that shit out, getting everything convoluted, it would have helped them rewrite. I was not going to play in that. I did get sent all of Scott and Penny's communications, though. Bunch of Linda stuff, this and the other. Weird shit, right? Things I can tell are the truth versus other shit. You're like, this has a flavor on it. And at the same time, you're watching TM and BK do this whole thing and the Slay thing, and then inevitably comes the Cam and Alley situation on the hills of that, and all this shit. But something I had missed in this Discord was the fact that our dear sweet Stacy Slay apparently has her little fingers all over in the Delphi shit too. And with a creator here in this community that is really big on the Delphi. Now at that time and right now, the only ones I can really name that are super running Delphi shit are only a few. I find it wild. I do. But there are things during this period, right? They catch my eyes. My curiosity. Right? Certain languages used, certain emails, certain bullshit. Can't figure out, even still, whether manufactured at that time last year, right? As they built a new narrative for the slave fuckery. Okay. And yeah, when we participate in that shit. Nah, I'm good. Right. I didn't take the bait then either. Anyway, so the language in there used, there's a term in just one of the emails. It's a term only used for those in and around the SDA church. I'm like, hold the fuck up. Okay. Now, this hit me in real time then. Because I asked. I was like, question mark? Really? You know, on this term. Didn't really get a response then. But it hits me again as I'm going over things recently. But yeah, you type in this phrase. It's one solely really used by the SDA church and its members. And it's slave speaking. That's now, but the emails dated for a couple days after that weird ass money pushed I turned into the FBI on the fake Fed I'd already turned in instantly, who said I'm the real FBI. We both realized we've been set up by tragedy pimps and fucking slave there. So anyway, this is the weirdest shit, right? Still perplexing. Now, this is dated, this email, then, after the weird money push. And I think they're worried because I could tell I hadn't touched it, hadn't responded, all this and the other, you know. Because I hadn't, right? That was never supposed to have been done. I'd refused it in the background as they offered all this other fuck shit. And then they read out that fucking email in live. Give the impression that it would be done regardless, you know. And that was, of course, mind fuck you all. And I said, no, I'm good. You know, but then there it came pushed in a way it should have never been able to be. So I immediately turned it into the feds. And I guess they're worried about this. So this freaking email was dated a couple days after that when they could tell I hadn't touched it, hadn't moved it, hadn't responded to the slay character in the inbox. Nada. Okay? In their last ditch effort to force shit I didn't want to do it. So, it's stated then. Now, in this fucking email, which I'll show you here in a minute, you have fucking Slay. No shit. No shit. You have Slay messaging Paul Durant. Right? Link anywhere there, whatever, you know. Blah, blah. You know how that shit goes around here. And being like, hey, blah, blah, blah. Can you just tell Jody Sue that this is from mine and my husband's charity foundation, because everyone wants to forget about that, right? And Bender on the Slay story. And it's just a love offering. Can you just reassure that it's from the bottom of my heart? Huh? Say the fuck what? Now, at the time I seen this email last year that was obviously from, or supposedly from 21, right? October of 2021. I'm like, Because Slade's so fucking bold and this group around it, Lindo, Fusto, Cinder, all the rest, the Chase, everybody else around that fuckery, Scott H., all the others. Obviously, the boldness in which these people operated did indeed set I and the real FBI Summers head agent up together. And so they give no fucks, okay? They gave no fucks. They were that bold. So it's like a toss up, right? You're like, did these motherfuckers really send this email knowing it'd probably be tossed away, maybe with these people going, some crackpot bullshit? Or is it fake? I'm like, I don't know. Many of the CZ, I'm sending it to the feds. Or is it one of those manufactured to look like it's sent but isn't? Is it manufactured after the fucking shit in 2023 to go along with the rewrite that TM and BK and all they were slay shit? Trying to siphon more receipts out, probably trying to get me to participate. As certain folks come back in Discord. I don't know. I refused to participate at that time. So it's hard telling. Now, the thing was, there were several drops in there, right? Inside the Discord. One of those being that Penny was working with Mullen, and that it was best to keep him in good graces, that type of thing. And then right below it is Penny going, Jody C, I've always thought that if there's anyone in this community or here or whatever that could solve this or would, figure anything out, it's you. Where it concerns Summer, I guess. And I'm like, all I could do at that point was Twitch. Like, for starters, even I don't believe that. Nor would I dare have the ego to think so. But it makes one wonder several things. If Penny believed this, and the reason my right eye twitched heavily when that was typed out in the Discord. It's like, alright, homie, then why in the year 2023, if you've always believed that and you believe that still, why the fuck did you go about systematically destroying trying to destroy my entire everything? Why have you done what you have done? In all of everything around Summers, everything. And to all the other community members, why were y'all set out to semi-kidnap other neighbors that were vulnerable? Why all this shit? Why the plotting around Little? Why the shit around Monster? Why this? Why that? Why, the astronomical amount of shit fuckery these fuckers have gotten into, right? And around. Why do you hand over the shit to Jenny and Adrian to then try to get us fucking murdered with? And then inevitably you see that go down the chain and the line where it's, Dolly and the Color and Ziggy and Monster and Fred and Cher and Monster and, why? Hey, like, bitch, you willing to try to have us fucking murdered with your fuckery, but you're sitting here going, well, I've always thought that you were the most likely to know enough to do this, to do whatever, I don't know how she phrased it, I'll show you in a minute. But, it doesn't make much sense, does it? It doesn't. Why do you do that to a person you think is actually the most likely around anywhere and that has the potential to figure this all the fuck out? right after you say, basically, you're working for Mullen, or have a relationship, and it's best to keep that in good standing, or however the fuck she phrased it. I'll show you in a minute. Why do you do that? And is that a lie? Is it all bullshit? Is it a manufactured email? Or real one? Who the fuck knows time? I don't know, right? This place is all, shadows and deviousness and tech oriented fuck around and find outs, right? So it's like be cautious where you step, So is it all meant to cast some sort of light, right? Elsewhere at that time. Go, here's this one phrase in this email that was supposedly around that time. Frame in 21. Makes it look like STA oriented. Person is potentially behind the slate character. And then here's the drop about Mullen, who, is, well, Mullen. Now, the thing about this is, it gets weird, right? You're like, okay, well, was I supposed to take bait then to start turning it to be like, sus, and other people, or that I would put it out and then you all would do that, Hell, anything's a possibility, So, and they do like their manipulation tactics around here and their mind fucking of the masses and their drama bullshit. So, and make no mistake, inside of this conversation, I obviously know that one is lying and trying to rewrite on her own as well. Many moments of it in there, things I know not to be true, but well, she's going to type out anyway, because if you type them, then, well, it must be true and holds more weight for people going, well, then why would they type it if they weren't true? Well, it's because if you show those receipts and people are like, aha, and then they can take them later on down the road and they're out of context and it may, hey, it's just part of the fuckery. It's things silver tongues cones do. It's why I don't put out a whole lot of different communications from a whole lot of these fuckers around these blocks. There's usually reasons for it. I try not to, participate. Because they're always up to some fuck shit around here. And they are long-term game-oriented. A few of them, they do have long-term sights. Anyway. So, also in this, you have so much wrong, really. Like, there's one point, as I recall, and I'll try to find here in a minute, where it said that, and during this time, mind you, Scott was denying that their messages were still there, this and that, blah, blah, blah. He was bullshitting and doing whatever over there. His sector of the quiet ass universe and the cornbread tin pan alley, I don't know, BK was going full tilt at Penny for his blessing and the money they're arguing about they made from supposedly the Christmas season, which was hammering down on Little and I and Penny, but that's really not true now, is it? No, that's not what all that was about. Or what Penny stated was tax fraud on Benny's part, and she ended up being left on the hook. It wasn't really about any of that, honestly. Really wasn't. Hey, has anybody seen Scap around these blocks? I'm asking for a friend. Now, I know a couple weeks ago when I mentioned him, something like community post, but weird that fella just poofed after, being so tight with Jenny and the whole hive and all that. And low count this there, for all that time as he was eating McDonough and others and the bad actors, right? He suddenly had to flee. He wanted to go to Greece or out of country, right? That's where he was supposed to go when he finally sold his property and did the walkthrough. But then somehow, no, he's out in Cali and his mama's now involved and they're trying to piggyback on fucking, oh, I don't he got his passport. Now, mind you, I don't know why, because, well, this guy, remember his whole stories. He lived in Greece for anywhere 13 years, this, that, there, But now his cousin's putting in some sort of thing based on their ancestry to claim whatever to get over there. So him and his mom are going to try to piggyback on that, though he just got a brand new passport. Now, remind you, when he first came here, was that he was bored. He was in the middle of stuff, taking a break from his wonderful existence, his wooden-shouldered tank top. He found a fiance. He was going to move her overseas. He was selling the stuff. Man, that took forever. It was like fucking year and a half you had to deal with that dude, right? Now, I give him credit for calling the fuck out of Moselle. I really will. Because remember, he played a role in all that shit. But thing is, Jenny really, really loved her some Scap. A few others around here did too. It was really weird. They suddenly pile in over there. That also correlates with some of the dates. They tossed Floppy off the ship. Anyway, dude finally sells. And then the fiance didn't immediately go over, and now he's in Cali as of 2 weeks. God, but he's trying to make his way to Greece now. Yeah, but he only poofed really as soon as the marathon had been sort of finalized in a way, because it went through the court systems and all that, and was, you know, advocacy, all the things came into play, and then I guess it took a little bit, it's just fun. Dates and times are in there. They make you wonder things sometimes. I don't know, man. Make you wonder. Yeah, I don't know. Feels a little dodgy, crypto-y. Something to me, man. Not very polymath. Boy, wasn't Benny pissed from there. And boy, didn't Skip hate some fucking Benny. Anyway, just a little strange. Anyway, so like 2 weeks ago when I mentioned over, suddenly makes like some community post shit. Oh, who knows what the hell is there? I did take note. Anyway, but you thinking, oh, it's bored downtime. I just don't know. I do miss the Grease replaying and things, don't you guys? Holy shit. Those are the days, eh? Um, I would, I don't know. But recently, one of those things I'd have to agree on, right? Skip recently. And that's people would rather believe a beautiful lie or lies. You know, all these things in play. It doesn't take much to fuck people all up in their little brain pans. You repeat, you repeat, you repeat, right? You feed them what they want to hear. They believe what they want based on cognitive biases, all these other things. But, you know, even if you show them proof, fact, right, right in front of their damn faces, they'll still try to go with what fits whatever they want to believe or their ideas, right? This place operates on all of that and then some, you know. It's what they count on. And it goes along with QAnon, Wayfair, goofball tricks as well. And all the way back to like snake oil salesmen, carnival barkers, revival tent motherfuckers, that type of shit, you know. Same shit. But you can lay down proof, irrefutable proof in front of someone, but you can then lay down bullshit. And if the bullshit fits whatever they want to believe, they're gonna go with it before they will be like, oh shit, I was wrong the whole time, right? This is fuck the truth and light and real news and real media, you know, all these things, right? I'm gonna go left field because it suits what I want to believe about XYZ. And this place, these creators, you see, they operate on that. If you say something enough, if you repeat shit enough, blah blah blah, you know, it's all of it. But there's so many stupid, basic manipulation tactics they use around there every day on everybody. Some of them they think that they're being hella swift about whatever, you know, and unseen, um, or that they're really good at. They try so hard and so mightily to build long-term bullshit, especially when they're tying up with certain loose ends and long-term shit, bothersome shit, shit they're afraid of, mighty, mighty afraid of, you know. So they try. God bless them. They try. But that falls into all this bullshit. So as time has moved forward from 2021 till now, you have to be very cautious what you listen to, which stories you're told, especially about the early events in 2021, origin points, etc., because they have twisted, retwisted, lied, retied, rewritten, restamped, put out new shit, manufactured new shit, to try to go back with all shit. You have to be very fucking cautious, right? What pieces you now put into origins and determine what's real, what was bullshit, what the true story was, you know. And I'm both. I'm all the things. I'm also like a siren. On certain Friday nights at precisely 11:07 p.m. I turn into a fucking unicorn. Does that matter? Nope, it doesn't. So anyway, how often do you go around asking people, you know, whether they're male or female? Because I feel like this is a you problem, not a me problem. Anyway, so, you know, you have to be cautious where you step, what kind of bullshit they're trying to get into. You know. Like, there's portions of that Discord last year where certain pennies stepped back in, tried to play no knowledge of the shit they did to Little. Being like, no, my first awareness of this event with Monster and Stall and BK and Tiffany and Ziggy and, you know, all the bullshit, and Jenny, Adrian, Robo, all the things, right? Was when Jenny got up on panel and I was so fucking confused and I went to see what was going on. I was concerned. But knowing you hold peace, for fuck's sakes, you know, it's right there. I'm like, what the fuck are you trying to do? Like, who are you trying to mind fuck over here, bro? Your voice and everything else, it's on your channel, homie, you know? And then there's obviously stuff shared and such in the background that shows Penny to be fully involved in all that and the planning and plotting of it. And I'm like, why even? Why go there? I'd be like, no, the first I knew about Jenny and panel. Bullshit. Bullshit, homie. You know? Bullshit. And then, of course, you know, before all that, you have Penny starting the bullshit to try to do all that shit. Tagging my kids and all shit. It's like, what the fuck? But then you have to wonder the whole time, who's operating the fucking Discord last year at that period? I don't know. I had access to all the things. And had taken over 2 or 3 channels. You know? Either way, hearing or seeing Penny say that about, I've always thought, or, you know, think still, whatever it was, that you're the most likely around here to be able to solve or to do or whatever. And I'll call bullshit on it. My ego ain't built that way, nor do I think that, in the least. Um, it's like, then why would you go to these links, right? That you have. Of course, part of that is because they know what I know. That I and the kids are some of the only ones that can charge them with anything in real life, like out here, that we could eat them alive in civil courts, on top of criminal shit. And that we're the only ones around that scamathon that could have, and still could have them charged, right, and whatnot, and that lead to charges for them during that because of what they did with the children. And there's all kinds of things. Their crimes, how far they've gone, the real life bullshit they've done, enacted, terrorized, you know. And each step of the way, they've just compounded, right? So each time that they do it and it gets worse, And they're like, fuck. And then they try even harder, you know? So they've continued and continue still to even try to get us potentially murdered in order to shut us the fuck up, which is mild shit when you think about it. Sounds fucking Fruit Loops. But it's true and it's there and it's been said and all done right in front of your faces. With that absolute intention from them. You know, every step of the way, they've said the things outright with no doubt behind what they were doing or why. Um, and you've even seen that recently as well. Over and over again. That's how far they're willing to go to hide themselves, keep from being prosecuted, taken to civil courts, all things, their crimes known, all this and other. While we're on this, y'all think it's a little weird that suddenly Piss Pad's lawsuits, the two, the one weirdly filed in Sullivan and the other one in Jonesboro / Washington County, allegedly supposedly vanished. If she takes like full retirement from Summer's thing, and it only began with the fuck Benny, he's harassing me, I'm turning him in, and then to make y'all come over there and think she was doing all the good in the world and turning Benny in, but what it was a, oh gosh, I'm terrified of Benny. Here, y'all help me out and report to this judge and these courthouses and the DA. And then it was a link and a fake one to his judge in courts and grab a flash shunt. That way they could hunt you all down that thought about being like, oh shit, you know, if CZ's doing something, we can do something. Here's a CZ link to access. And, oh, but it was actually meant to find out who y'all are and then silence you and keep you from reporting any harassment, etc. to the same people he was going to court front of. And then when I called that out, then what happens is suddenly lawsuits began around CZ by players here on the ground. BK has knowledge and what they're all about. For anybody really mentions them to CZ online yesterday. Rest is sort of history. She starts putting away all her bullshit. It goes full tilt on a few of these players. That's all nonsense, you know, whatever. And then, pretty quiet, right? Crickets. As they'll pretend AI is real talent. Ain't that gonna be a fucking problem in the world for all of us who enjoy real art by real humans? Real music, real imaginations, writing real words on real pages. I mean, goddamn, yeah, it's gonna destroy humanity and the arts. Anyway, and give the most talentless motherfuckers what they think's talent. It's fucking travesty. Um, but anyway, so suddenly now that P-Pad has come out in the open and vowed to never speak about Summer again, lawsuits are, I mean, they're still hanging her, but she's under the impression they're not going to show up in this area. I don't know, man. And then, of course, you have the BK on my shit over here in the middle going, oh, thank you, Jody C, for bringing it to my attention that somebody had fake links. Oh, gosh. They got yourself caught. Or floppy. Bullshit. You know? So, anyway. Um, the games they play around here are dirty, dark, and deep, aren't they? I'd say the lawsuits locally here by a certain long-term player are going to be held and kept for a while as an overhead threat to be served on P-pad if she dares speak about certain shit, or tells law enforcement anything, or does whatever, cooperates with the LA feds, I don't know, that type of shit. That'd be my guess. Long-term potential blackmail, possibly, allegedly, I don't know, just has flavor on it, doesn't it? But anyway, it's all so strange. But is it? How many fake and bullshit threatening targeted lawsuits have we seen so far in around this shit meant to manipulate shit around Summer's case, witnesses, people, community members, that type of shit? Eh? Yeah. So, and they all come, weirdly enough, from those around Squall and Scott as origin points. Monster in a way, considering one's family. It just has a ring on it, doesn't it? A ring. Funny. Am I right? Am I right? I feel like I'm right. Anyway, so back to the point there, really. Why do you go about this type of fuckery if you think that I am XYZ? Now, I'd love to tell you this is a new thing, but it's like, well, Judy and Adrian right here eating the shit out of me in the public, behind the scenes, and from their origin point, stalking us and databasing us and all this other bullshit. Long before we were even public, you know, yeah. Um, and showing they had precise knowledge of certain things like medical conditions, also shit, TV, blah blah blah. So then, the next several years that they've all followed this narrative and pumping out the bullshit, much like Bones, it shows in civil courtrooms. They're fully aware of one thing, but they made it look another for several years on purpose to absolutely defame, slander, harass, target, and torment. See how it works? Plus, when you're stalking somebody in database and before they even know who the fuck you are, that's kind of a flavor on it, of course. Anyway, so there's all that. But even they have been able to tell in the early days that Jody C was actually like negative 100 on the sus scale. They're like, yeah, we don't think in the least GSP had shit to do with anything. Uh, Nothing to do with this shit. Like, she needs to be left alone. It's terrible what people are doing to her, blah, blah. Right, right. And even once they come in here and fully flopped overnight, after certain contacts with people and things, um, leading up to certain events and laptops given to her, it's a wild thing. But, even in the background, they're still saying it. But out here in front of you all, it's, oh no, look at Lopes, look at this, look at that. But then they have to get with the program even behind the scenes. And I guess in order to sleep well with yourself, you then have to start looking for anything to fit that, to feel comfortable in what you're doing to another human being that you know is not okay or right. So they try to do that. You'd be surprised some of these creators that have their origin points, communications, all these other things that show throughout all this, or who have I've literally watched put out these vids about me, saying, doing, etc. the worst things. But then in the background being like, man, it's just a video, it's just YouTube, I'm sorry. I don't think you're in the least bit sus. While they're out here putting out videos for you all to make y'all believe I ain't. Or that I'm some this, that, you know. It's wild. But it proves exactly that. I mean, when I can show you the videos they did today and put out, but in behind the scenes, they're like, nah, it's it shows you how they're manipulating you, how they're lying to you, always have been. And they did it, and they're doing it to make money, to annihilate, target, to harass, to build channels. Whole hell of a lot of it's directed, right, by several different camps. You've got the tragedy pimps scared shitless of their own crimes in and around active cases camp, and us being able to prosecute them or have them charged, or, you know, I mean, whatever. It's always up to the DA when they pick up things. It's, you know, indictments, that type of shit. A whole lot of what they done will be up to the federal government, FBI, to compile or take people's compiling and sift through and figure out what they want to do, and then that can take several years and indictments, and then eventually, because God and the feds, they work on their own time, knocks on the door, you know. But these people, they'll feed you that, oh, there's only a year, there's only whatever. Yeah, no, that ain't the way that works, dudes. But anyway, and that's because of the way they've done most of this, which is by online communications. That puts it in a whole different realm as opposed to, you know, just being in face and doing something to an individual. When you do it in a group and an online effort and with certain intentions and shit, it's a different way legally. Criminally, civilly. But either way, just those pieces alone. I could come out and be like, look at this creator who's apologizing to me in the background. Be like, it's just, you know, Goofy Wednesday. I put out a shitty video of targeting her ass and calling you sus, making people think that. But man, back here, JSP, I love you, man. And, you know, I know you're not sus. I could put those two together and show them to you, and for the most part, people be like, no, you know, it was just him trying to do detective work, hardcore detective work on GSP. You believe whatever it took to stay in whatever you're wanting to think. And for the most part, most of you for these last several years, you've watched all the rest of the players around this fucking thing. Zesty, I'm not always drunk. People like you make me want to take a shot every now and then. By people, I mean trolls sent to be like, oh, twist the little knife into this woman might feel badly about her cancer and her speech disability from it. And then you're going to go have your glass of wine and your cul-de-sac, and you're going to kick back in your khakis, or you're going to affect your husband in a missionary position with lights off, and go to the PTA meeting tomorrow and talk about how bullying isn't okay. I don't know what to tell you. Your trolling speaks more about you than me. I hope I hope it's never you and yours with cancer and disabilities or anything. Bless your little soul in your cul-de-sac, okay? Anyway, but I kind of like my precious little voice that was left to me in my weird, wonky, macabre-looking neck that has been transplanted and rewired, and all the Frankenstein stuff. Costed a few million. Wonderful. They say diamonds are a girl's best friend. I'll tell you what, some scars and being able to wear them, and to say you survived are even better. Maybe when it's you facing one of those moments in your world, or a loved one you have to watch go through it, you'll figure out what a piece of shit you are, and you'll think about this trolling moment. Anyway, this PSA brought to you by JSB. Alright, reading Rainbow. Yeah, don't ask. Anyway, so, anyway, I could show these things to you. I have, honestly, throughout all this. But what they've relied on is just a repetitive Jody sues a liar. Jody sues this. We've proven that. We've done whatever. Repeat, 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 repeat. Drill it in. Hammer it in. Hammer it in. Even though, if people bother to watch, listen, see themselves, which I know they won't, because attention spans like gnats, comprehension skills, logic, common sense, all that shit flew out the window way back. You know, people would rather watch clip and some douchebag creator that also likes very real comprehension skills, literacy, just, plus is a con, a criminal, all that on top of it. Um, but if they say it often enough, you all will believe it's true. I have another human being, even if it's not, right? And it'll fit your narrative. They prime you for this bullshit. And they know the demographics you'll fit into. And I hate to say that, but seriously, not even kidding. I hate that's the way it is, but science says, alright? Science says. And they know what they're working with over here. Okay? Now, they know how much QAnon and adrenochrome and Wayfair tricks shit work these days. It's rather simple, especially when combined with tales and tricks as old as time. Carnival Barker, Tent Revival, snake oil, blah, blah, blah. It ain't that hard. It's pretty basic. It's not nutty when you think about how this realm works, the people in it, pick me mods, Karens, those reliving high school girls' bathroom stalls, the discords, the drama, the running from one room to the other to start drama, um, those feeling like they've made friends, don't want to disappoint me, get fuck shit. It's like this place is like a realm where certain mostly female audience gets up to reliving that last football game filled, type of feeling that their balding hubbies relive on, NFL Sundays with their buddies. It's very Al Bundy around here, but whatever. So there's that aspect as well. While pretending they're super detectives. And let's be real, kicking down other human beings makes a whole lot of other ones feel better in their placement in life and in the world. And so that also was in there. Also plays in the government and shit they do to keep y'all distracted as masses. No, look, POC. Oh, look, aliens. Oh, look, whatever. Meanwhile, they're wearing what ought to be NASCAR sponsored outfits going up the Capitol steps to vote on some shit that rules your life, all under similar hashtags as this place, right? Save the babies! But hate this one, hate that one, divide this, do whatever. Y'all are primed for it in society anyway. It's the same shit. That's why this shit works so easy on most of you. We're on the internet, which is a goddamn travesty. Much like AI North. But anyway, I digress. like a whole lot of squirrels and I digress. Either way, um, you go back to then why the fuck do you do this if you believe these things? That goes for the Jennies, the Adrians, the Pennies, all the other players, you know. And they have facts and shit and all these other things. They'll never spill and all this shit either, but some of us have told you outright. You know, that they know mean that certain people around us are about 3,000% less likely to be sus. But they're the ones they pick to do this. And it is indeed because of the crimes, hiding their own selves, all the shit they've got into for so many years around Summer's case, criminal acts online, and enacting them real life ones. Right? And their fears there. They're shook trees. That they damn well shook themselves. And wouldn't have had they not participated and been better humans. Right? And stuck in their fucking lanes. But they didn't do that. For whatever needful thing it is they had. And then because there's definite requested targeting of many around summer by a couple different camps. Now I'd love to tell you it wasn't true, but it's all imagination, right? But it's not. You've heard it outright being said by, well, those like Mullen. And you've seen it written, and then smirks had on PGs where Don's fully aware that Mullen has said, or somebody said from certain accounts to people I didn't even know were messaging or talking to them on my behalf without my knowledge. Um, so there's certain things there, certain things, and it does seem an awfully weird coincidence that those that targets and others the hardest seem to get rewarded the most. All kinds of weird, funky shit, now isn't it? Weird that. Weird. Huh. So, here's the thing. I was so fucking sick after my last live stream, this other. But I had this moment, right? I pulled myself up on my damn near like not okay state and had this epiphany, you know. And it's usually at moments like those, I guess when I'm not, or I've not got the energy to fully claw my brain like I do 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for years now, and just stay hammering at it. But moments where I can't really do that, or I'm not, I have these basic bitch moments. Like, how did this fucking fly over your head? And then I'm like, ah, well, it's because you're clawing too hard. If you just give it a minute, shit might, I've had many of those moments throughout these last few years. It's like, oh, I get it. More than a few drops, my brain clicking into pieces here. I always kind of think, well, I guess with the feds and profilers and all these others, cartoon, etc. The real ones. The real ones. say about things coming and going, things will fall, come to you, just wait, it happens. But also, they probably should have added in more. Stop clawing at your brain so hard. Yeah, you're just digging it, so you're clawing, you're like trying to think. It's like when you hide something from you, like you're like, where'd I put this? And you're trying to think so hard about it. And it's just like it won't come to you. And then, like you're driving in the car, like later today or something, and then you're like, you're not even thinking about anything. You're just relaxed, chill, listening to tunes, and you're, oh, that's what I did with whatever. It's kind of like that. And you knew damn good and well that the reason you couldn't figure out what it was is because you just couldn't. You were laying in too hard on yourself, trying to think about it too hard. I'm fully aware that I do that. But anyway, so I have one of those sort of moments. I've had a couple of those right here. I've often wondered why it is that I've gotten just annihilated, hammered down on for years for some of this shit, right? But I said no different than others. Common knowledge of certain things. All of us apparently were seeing, witness, and around all the years and lives and all these things. One of those being on my Facebook at the time, before I was ever here. Um, and that's good. Did you know the Queen of England also did? She also had a scotch or something every day. So I'm glad that you're living your best 75 years. I'm glad to hear it. Thank you for being a fellow smoker and announcing your support of my smoking. Rock on. Alright. So anyway, um, the thing is, I had this moment around the shower thing. Because try as I might, I'm like, why? Why was all this done? Why am I the one hammering down on it? Even, and it never made sense to me. At the time, I didn't know others had said that. Because I didn't listen to the others. I didn't go back in time and rewatch, re-listen. I stayed entirely the hell away from, you know. And I was one of the last here, though they'll tell you all kinds of funky shit about that. But, and try to rewrite that shit, you But anyway. Like why? Once you know, I had different thoughts about it when I thought it was a singular. Like, oh, I'm being eaten alive because somebody just didn't like me saying it. Later on, I became aware that apparently others like Allie and all them had said it, I think. Um, and in order to combat that, it looked like Don had come out and admitted himself to the showering thing, blamed it on sticky candy at first, but then that didn't sound good. Um, and then he changed it to the whole, but the knobs didn't work right. They had problems adjusting them. It was nonsensical at best, but, you know, okay. All right. So then I'm like, well, wait the fuck a minute. And then of course you put in there, well, sort of, but either way, so you have Dawn, I guess, fully coming out to combat what Al and everybody's saying, right? And then at a certain point, Jose comes in there. He has his own version. And I'll leave it at that. Of whatever the fuck, around the shower stuff. Okay? Then you've got me being perplexed as hell at why Candace has a vid chat with me and this the other. And they're trying to make me change that bitter mind fuck me into thinking that what I've seen is also bullshit, right? Hint, wink, nod at Dr. Phil getting air money coming in. I purposely was like, no, we're not going to polite response this, which was what the intention was, the manipulation behind it. And, um, y'all take note of the trolls flying in right now, man, and what we're talking about here, and what they, you know, y'all bore me. Anyway, so, and so I can stay on track. I'm just going to hand out blue jeans, ladies. Do you care to wear some? Um, like, don't even time them out. Just box them. First out of the gate. Um, so anyway, I'm like, alright. What you have in here is me mentioning the shower thing over on my Facebook, but I only mentioned it. It wasn't to harm anybody. It was just people that asked me, what last time I'd seen Summer. I didn't think anything about it. You know what I mean? So I was like, well, here's the last time I seen her at home. You know? I didn't think anything about it. I wasn't trying to speak badly about him or anything like that. It was just, can't help where I last seen her at 110, you know? Cannot help that. That is what it is. You know what I mean? It wasn't to do anything bad with it. It's just like, that's, you know? And so it was never done from a place for me to where it was like, oh, look here, the shower, you know? Especially not at that point. It just wasn't. Now the world took it that way because of what you all were already hearing shit over here that I hadn't been knowledgeable of, you know, and all shit. But anyway, so then after a while, I became aware that others prior to me even coming over here had said similar, right? Witnessed similar. And then I became aware after I'd been fully eaten alive that Dawn had even said all the shit, right? Which that was sparkled up by PG and her speech writing and the butterflying and yeah, how they love buttoning up the collars of these folks in here like Monster and Dawn. So anyway, um, like whatever, man. I'm like, but why me still, right? And no, can you hear me? See me enhanced. No, It looks like I just magically disconnected, though I had full signal. Just magically. It's convenient, huh? So anyway, magic. Weird that. So it happens at the weirdest times sometimes. So anyway, what do you have in there? It's Candace, that weird ass call. I'm like, why is she trying to make me change this or to mind fuck me or make me, And I knew it was manipulation in a way that I was meant to do the polite southern response. Almost like how Penny and Chase only manipulated the hotel thing, right? And then if that's, say if I've been like, oh yeah, just to get her on somewhere else. But I knew in the background, people are recording something's up, people listening to something. And then, and I'm sorry, but you're not going to get me to change what I know to be true. Okay? Initially at that time, though, I took it to be just about Dr. Phil, the money coming in the island, because that was sort of the hint, wink, nod. I was purposely like, oh, well, good luck with your teeth. I know they're hurting. I hope you get them fixed. I hope somebody takes care of you. And I sort of, maneuvered around what was attempting to be done to me in order to try to make me change my quote story, right? It was like, and it had a feel, and I knew the manipulation. I knew there's something real fucking funky with it. But at the time, I took that wanting it to be done because maybe it didn't sound the best, and they're afraid that it would hurt money flow and all that shit coming in after Dr. Phil and an abundance of eyes and shit coming over into YouTube land with all the buddies they were. And then I was finding out at that period they've been playing with. And though they had made me think they were entirely unaware and not connected to half of this fucking group, so they were including that miracle. And it took me a while to come to that realization as well. Which is real funky. So anyway. Then you put in the fact that later on, while Don's in jail, Candace is on with Ernie. Ernie's like, have you not heard this where Don's admitting to showering with blah blah? And Candace is like, no, if that ever happened, I would have lost my shit, and blah blah blah. Now by this point, Jose done been there all the other bullshit. By this point. Damn good well she wasn't oblivious, all those other things. She wasn't oblivious to Dawn saying it or Allie, But to Ernie, right, she pretended to vomit and gag and be furious when he played that part where Dawn's like, well, I showered with, and, Candace didn't take a shower all after all this bullshit, right? She's like, oh my god, I'm so mad. And the pretend bullshit and moving to the hat and acting upset. Like, why in the fuck is this occurring? Like, girl, why are you lying? What the fuck? If there's, so you put all that shit together, right? And then even this long after, and the only reason stuck on this bit right now is because this shit's been trying to be brought back up again to eat me with again recently by a few times. I'm like, bitch, no. No. Why are they doing this? And the question remains for me. Why? Why, once again, is it shit just like the weed shit that this group, especially Chasing, loves to hammer down on me about? Make it like Jody Souza when it did and said all these things. But there are people, many of them here, like Allie and crew and all the others, and Jose's and everybody else, which Jose come out, but you get what I'm saying, Hill to I mean, all this shit, right? Don himself, Candace herself, they all said these things before I even got here. But yet, Chasing and crew and all these others, man, made sure to pinpoint and be like, JSB said, look at her line about seeing it. Well, did Don lie on his fucking self then? Before I ever got here? You know what I mean? So why the fuck are you being like, JSB said this terrible shit about Summer in the shower? What? The fuck is wrong with you idiots? Fuck you mean? They're like, no, she could have possibly seen what she said. Look, excuse me? The fuck are you talking about? And I've always wondered this. Why? Why does it only seem to count if I say something to the degree in which I get absolutely tormented over it? It's like long before we got here, Dawn was admitting, you know, that he was smoking with the boys. Fucking Dudley at a certain point comes out, says the same thing. Hell, Don had ridden Ziggy's panel talking about how he had told fucking DCS that, by God, when the boys come back, he was taking them off all the, like, meds is there, and he was putting them on weed. Shit like that, you know? Many people had said and confirmed these things, yeah? From Allie's crew and age to real since around before all of us. Don himself, in many instances, but chasing this place, all the narratives geared and hammered down on me for just having collective knowledge of the same thing. And saying, why does it always matter that I get annihilated over shit that was even said long before I was ever over here? By others. And that should show you that there's truth there if all of us were seeing, hearing same things, and they're admitted to, at least in some ways, by C&D. And it should also show you something that they have full knowledge of these things and each other and what's said by all these people, and then they later on go, no, I never heard that, Ernie. I'm so furious. And put on another bullshit show. Right? Now, to me, in real time, because I'm unaware of all this shit, and unlike, say, C&D and Fred and Laura, I didn't have my eyeballs asshole deep in social media or this fucking realm, which I never thought, I would never believed was a fucking thing, to being unfortunate enough to be here. But I'm like, why? Why does Chasing and that crew, why does all this, why they always do this shit? Then, of course, I'm aware of things in the background, requested targeting, creators telling me they've been requested to target me on purpose by certain camps and teams and fuck with us. Man. And then you see the abundance of information being pumped out about you, your personal life situations by Candace and Dawn in the first hours, days, weeks, this and the other. And as they try to use info they, got from you throughout this whole thing until, well, you might come online and speak for yourself and the public knows that, well, what essentially happens is your witness statements sort of break down certain shit. And then you start getting hammered sideways. And when, well, people finally figure out the timeline, certain things break the shit out of everything. They stop wanting to use them for their tales, and then they jump the line and they make another tale and another tale, and they're the ones trying to move back their timelines to fit certain shit. They're the ones weaving sounds and screams heard to fit their fucking narrative. Though, all this other shit, right? Or whatever it is, I mean, it's just, it all has a certain flavor to it. Meanwhile, this entire place calls us the liars, but man, we ain't the one moving back timelines. We ain't the one pretending we didn't hear or see certain shit. We ain't the one changing stories every other day. But they've wildly enough got masses of here believing that we're the ones that are inconsistent or liars. Or saying, well, you actually watched Liars and Weavers and narrative builders and the weapons and teams built around to cleanse the asses up. annihilate those who don't change their shit. Weird, huh? But hey, if you tell the public or anybody else enough times, it's a good abuser technique. Monster tried it with me for 30 fucking years. If you say something enough times, maybe your victim will believe it, but also people around will believe it. And unfortunately, that does work a lot. Yeah. Yeah. It's very simplistic, but effective on the stupid and don't know any better and can't quite figure it out for themselves. And don't have the attention spans to go digging. And then when you combine hidden materials and older stuff around here, well, it doesn't make it easy for you to find the truth, does it? No, all you're gonna find are a bunch of grifty ass motherfuckers, telling you all the things for all the years, especially if you're new here and don't know and have not been here all this time. So anyway, I have this piff in the middle of trying not to die after health shit and everything else after last night. So I'm like, I don't know, I just kind of come in, I'm like, hold up, dumbass. I think we get it. We get it. And it was like this, like straight fucking epiphany. Figured out why it mattered so fucking much to people to try to have me change it, to try to get a polite response, to elicit by manipulation a polite response from me that could then be heard or seen or recorded, even though all I would have been doing was giving a polite response to shoo the bad away. And I wasn't going to do that. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to change for anyone. You know, not even polite southern responses. Instead, I'm like, oh, well, I hope your teeth get fixed. I hope that money from Dr. Phil comes in, sugar. And blah, blah, now. So there's that. Anyway, I couldn't figure it out. I have a fucking epiphany. The light shines. All this time I think, well, it's a little harder to discredit those who aren't soaked, burnt, twacked, tweaked, snorted, whatever to death, right? That's why maybe your voice counts above the others. Oh wow, all they've got's a fucking abuser and something else and cancer to target you with. Oh my, right? Now they want you to believe, obviously, as you can see, that I'm intoxicated, I'm this, that, and the other. And they know it's easy for newbies, especially to believe, and they don't know about the cancer, Justin, everybody else put out the narrative, Jenny and Adrian's, Ziggy's are best, even though there's proof and absolute proof from before we were in public that they knew about my medical condition, my disabilities. The first video stated it, they reiterated it, they had enough evidence that, and they had watched or obtained my stolen Facebook beds that Squall had used as blackmail with this group. After being asked to be put on my Facebook by, well, guess who, Candace. So anyway, with that marathon, they clearly knew about one playing patty cake with creators about, but acted like, because I didn't know. And I was like, hey, there's this group, dude. I think they're trying to do good for summer. Is it, cool if and they're like, oh, but they acted entirely oblivious. It turns out they're not. Because now you can put the pieces together with how Dawn and Candace are formulating the story with Prayer Garden, Share, We Can Bring You Hope, all the rest, J4, from week 3. I mean, they're just the whole weaving of everything. What Dawn was saying in public about bad neighbors and the junkies and warrants, and I wish I could get the military and bust indoors this narrative, this big bad fucking mafia network's taking somewhere. And then eventually you see that become the grandest hero theory too, all sort of shit. Just builds and it weaves in and out, but Yeah, it becomes pretty apparent after a while. I'm like, wait, so they knew about this place, these people, the pieces come. So they had lied to me, made me think they had no knowledge of this place, these people, the marathon. No, they were touching it. And there was definitely shit from probably that P.O. box up there coming to them through, I don't know, some players here, including Benny, who was ordering the handoffs and such. Yeah, it's just real weird. Yeah. But anyway, so the epiphany. I'm like, bitch, it ain't that you're not soaked, whacked, burnt. It ain't that, you know, it's just you and you know how you're fucking tormented over here. The reason is because none of the others, to my knowledge at least, and there's a whole lot I've not heard, seen, and I still will not watch this here and go back and watch because I still feel at certain levels that shit can contaminate me and, you know, real life things also there, so I don't, but, and there's also just certain level bullshit I don't want to deal with, but I'm like, it's not that I said it or who I am. It's that it's the wind. It's about the timing. To my knowledge, all the others, it was just them going, well, yeah, Don showered with the kids. Don showered with Summer. Don admitted that himself, right? All these other things. That doesn't matter, right? Oh, wow, collective knowledge, right? Don and PG and them put the whole sticky candy and knob adjustment nonsensical bullshit on it. And then, of course, this place loves hammering down on Candace and shitting on her. So the whole added zing of Candace don't bathe often. Yeah, of course, the audience would eat that and latch on to that. If you remember all that, they really did. It was a ha 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 ha, Candace don't bathe often. And that's what all your creators picked up with was the drama aspect and the eating of Candace. Instead of the actual portion of those statements that should have mattered the most. It's what they do when they're trying to fuck around in cases. Because they're not here about keeping the drama separate from the real statements and the things to mislead. They actually take the little bits like, Candace doesn't shower, and then they run with those. That's the headline right here for 2 weeks. Instead of, wait, did I just say that? Sticky candy or for some reason faulty knobs, or I had to shower with them? That's odd. You know, yeah. And y'all fought for it, but like, bah, let's get lit over here by Candace doesn't shower that often. You know. I have a great time with it. But anyway, it's the time. To my knowledge, all the others, it's just collective witnessing of or knowledge of all that, right? My statement's different in that, you know, that's not long before Summer vanished. And I guess if you're thinking in nefarious ways about the situation, or you think it could be taken as meaning something, or imply that something was done to Summer during the shower, which I never implied or intoned, or anything like that, but the public or others could see it that way, then it matters, right? Especially when you combine the shit around here where the Rocco DCS was involved and they probably were going to be found out for doing something summer and all this other stuff, and that's why she's vanished. Blah, 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 blah. So when you have somebody like me who is only speaking on, last time they recall seeing summer, at home setting was, shower setting, and it's leading up right towards the hours that she vanishes. that could be combined to make a not so pretty looking picture. Though that's not the picture I was ever trying to build. I was just giving my, hey, this is the last time I seen her home, you know. And I feel like I had seen her, and my brain wants to go two things. I know the last time I seen her at 110, and that was the shower thing. And then the evening before Dobbs, pretty sure Candace come down, all the kids were there, things were at, you know. But that was late evening, you know. And so those two were there. But I'm like, that's why. That's why, Jody Sue. That's why in the fuck you're targeted outright with this shower shit. And you have to be a liar and just credit necessary. It's because people couldn't take that and make it a thing. Right? Or it could look not so good. And probably especially if you're thinking that way and your mind's geared that way, around the Dr. Phil shit and the money shit. But that's not ever what I'm thinking. I'm like, why in the hell is this so important to have me change? Like, I'm thinking it's just solely about the money and the Dr. Phil shit and the attention. You know, that somebody would be like, oh, and at the time I was unaware that the others had already said it or done it and admitted to it. So I was like, oh, well, maybe that's a little why. But then after I come to the knowledge that others had already said it, I kept going, well, then really, why the fuck? Why the fuck? For all this time. And then I had the epiphany. It's because the others just speak to it in a broad sense that it was occurring, just like Dawn. My statement, however, puts it, you know, not long before Summer vanished. And I guess she came to that realization long before I did, and I just took what she was trying to do. Was Dr. Phil and money, hint wink, and my teeth are hurting, you know. And I just took it a certain way, and then obviously her manipulating and trying to do it for someone in the background or to catch something or do whatever by way of manipulating and eliciting what would have been maybe a polite response, just to get her to go on somewhere. And then being like, but, you know, gut feelings and this ain't right, and well, being able to feel manipulators and shit. I don't work that way. And when you know that what you're saying is not a lie, I'm not going to lie for anybody, and I'm not going to change anything for anyone. Just not going to do it, especially where it concerns Summer. But I guess if you're thinking like that, that was probably the thought processes then by many, and why this group wants it and wanted it to always be a Chesapeake's line, while somehow leaving out context that others well before us had common knowledge, community knowledge, that shows that it wasn't like in Dawn's admittance that those were PG and fairy tale up by his little speechwriters and otherwise. Nonsensical at best, and you all didn't pay attention to it. Instead, you went off with, I can't just do a shower often. They led you off the plot, bro. Now, me, I never said anything in a way to harm, hurt, to imply anything. That's just the last place, you know, So it's like, my mind went, you know, because when I said, hey, this is, you know, just where I witnessed her at home last, you know, that's it. It was as simple as it, you know. I didn't think the way they were all thinking. And I didn't know, you know. So all this time, wait, it's not that you said it, or that you're you, or harder to discredit because you're one of the few there. Don't twag, tweet, smokes, soaps, that type of shit. And it ain't just another way to target you for target's sake and drama. It's to try to silence you and discredit you because that could be made to look a certain way because of all the other bullshit out here. And everything, especially around, I guess, the sisters and the histories and the apples and trees and all that, they were thinking that way. I wasn't. And so, yeah, that fucking epiphany, that basic bitch flew over my head this long. Aha moment. Sure did. That's why. That's why. And then that helped drop a few more basic bitch. Oh, I get it now, moments. You know, throughout, I don't know, just been on the, I'm trying to stay, there. See, I can't see that one enhanced. And I know why I can't. It's because it said and done some of the worst shit in the other chats around the streets about me. So it's coming here and it's speaking upon something. Care to copy and paste? And I'm pretty sure that's a Sharon Ziggy's best one there. It's for a call where it usually gets around at. Anyway, thing is, you see, October, it was a hell of a month. 21. Oh, especially at the end of it, around certain dates. That goes for this group and for other things, especially in the lead up to that Dr. Phil shit. Something else. Um, Town Crier, I've always thought that was bullshit. And Don's the one that said it, and I assume they mean Candace, right, Nance? Don's the one that said it. Nobody else said that of Candace but Dawn. And well, if Dawn uses Candace in that little jab at her to wound her and abuse her, but then he knows, much like this group knows, if they add something like that in, and let's be clear, they were hammering down on C at that time. Cher, PG on trying to make her look like shit, throwing her under the bus. And then, of course, you have throughout those months this group actually trying to set her up. That's pretty fucked. And that was definitely occurring around the reward and marathon shit. So anyway, and from Origins, and you could see it, and Don was playing into it, looks like. But anyway, so the thing is, Don knew he could distract you though. It's no different than, say, like, Little Maze. It's like Monster coming over and talking shit, and then whenever we're concerned to others, giving out shit, saying stuff that's not true, Y'all love to believe that, right? Distracts you from the truth that they're the fucking monsters, or from whatever the reality is before that. Y'all run with the old butt, right? And it's like y'all running with the whole Candace didn't cook, Candace this, Candace that. The little fridge is there, you blame all this shit on Candace. Truth is, Candace didn't work outside the home. Dawn held all the money. Who the fuck was supposed to buy the appliances she did not have in order to cook? Yeah, you guessed it, Dawn. But y'all are like, okay, Candace didn't cook. She didn't do this there. How the fuck is she supposed to buy the goddamn appliances? Oh, wait, that's Dawn. He did not provide that. You see how that works? How the fuck was she supposed to do all that when Dawn didn't provide those things for her to do? But y'all hammer down on her, and you don't think, oh, the fucking abuser didn't provide, right? No, it's backwards thinking. So, who didn't provide the fucking fridge? Who didn't replace this? Who didn't get her a stove? That'd be Dawn. But, yeah, Dawn knew, much like this group and those fairy telling and writing his little scripts for him, that he adds in a little bit about Candace. Shall take off that, not pay attention to the sticky candy portion and the weird, nonsensical, but the knobs didn't adjust well bullshit. See how it works? And boy, y'all do love to hate other females right here and accuse whatever and do this here. And y'all do love your monsters licking their asses and those who violently abuse women and children. You sure do love that. Not to say that some of these folks are including C aren't those things themselves, but you know, all things can be, you know what I mean? You can have the fact that Candace is abused, neglected, it's Dawn's portion of that, and also know that she wasn't doing her best too, you know what I'm saying? So, all things apply. Both things are as they are. Um, and does that mean either are responsible for some revenge? No, I won't say that. You know, now all these others, they'll come out flinging shit at each other, call each other guilty, sus. All these creators pull up some fucking news article for you and be like, oh, this guy down the road or whatever, and it's horseshit. You know, nobody knows but Ellie and Feds, and in the end, it's up to them to decide who's guilty and responsible. Um, and to make the arrests and bring justice and to bring Summer home. In the meantime, I'm not going to call anyone guilty. There are a few I side eye the fuck out of, especially as I've watched certain shit and can put certain pieces together and certain hands on certain shit that flow all the way back to certain folks wrapped around in, of, before, after, certain players in, definitely more than a few that, you know, seem to have come in around Squall and Scott, old Brad Bridges there, and the Lindas, you know. But it's unwinding all that bullshit. Few local YouTubers that somehow knew C and D and Allie's camp before Summer vanished. Yeah, I just having feels about certain shit. That's all I'm saying. And then, of course, you have a decade plus of knowledge on true crime and weirdos like Lisa K. Ruitz and shit. And then a year and a half ish, 2 year marker reintroduction to the new version of true crime and maybe how it and these groups could be used to further chaos, mud, and jello. And then to use it to your advantage to create more of it. Hey, it's strange, all of it, when combined. But we'll see what the truth is on down the line. Sure, once everything's separated, chicken or the egg, solved, because I do have faith in that. Absolutely. So, um, and then that always begs the question of why in the hell are certain people around certain people trying to tamper with, screw with, get near all the witnesses, even those unknown publicly, tamper with, fuck around with, told to target, endless things, right? Why do those closest to Summer swear they came here to find help for her, when the best help was right outside the door? And this realm only was ever used to pump out lies and bullshit like, bad this, bad that, warrants needed, whatever this, that, the other, you know? Nobody let them search, no roadblocks, no this, no that, no flyers. Oh wait, this wrecked red truck is actually June 15th. Here, and then here's a picture offered out, and oh, it looks like they found the red truck. Quick, mark off all the red trucks on the flyers and shit. I don't know. Why do people go about in the first weeks making red truck seem sus, though it's said to be a witness? Why are all these things done? Why is the red truck, much like Summer, seemingly by certain people wanting to be like, oh, it's gone, it no longer counts, it don't need to be found, and yeah, oh, a million miles away, and oh, it's been changed, you'll never find, you know. Why is that? I don't know. Why do certain people have reactions to certain shit? Why do you say you come for help, but everything's a lie? Everything's bullshit. Half-assed at best. I don't know. Why do you do that? Why do you come here to those like we can bring you hope for advocates when you're offered those by the state and the elite? Why do you deny those and come to this goof troop? Why do you do all the things that are actually opposite of what you say you're doing? Like you don't have like it just you can't really make it add up. Honestly, you just can't. I mean, you can for sure. You can. Now, does that mean it's done because of someone doing it is responsible for summer vanishing June 15th? No, and I can't say that. It might look that way to the public. Or those who look at that math and go, wait, why would you do something like that? But when you know certain people that would, even if they had nothing to do with summer vanishing June 15th, they would still be doing the exact same thing in the exact same ways from minute one till now, and just to, well, I don't know, keep masks on, collar up, you know, button up shit, look a certain way, blah, 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 because they're more worried about self than summer. And, you know, monsters, abusers, they all tend to have that flavor. It's like our own running amok on the streets, you know. Pretty proud of who they are in the community, but then the world gets a view, and then suddenly like, no, but if I just did like admit a little bit and go, I'm heckin' sorry for, and then I try to flip scripts just from the world so the whole world doesn't know who and what I am, you know, or look at me sideways, you know, want to do that, you know, because they are more important than, you know, in their masks and keeping them on and all this other shit, and then hiding their little things, right? are more important than the truth ever coming out about summer, even if hiding those little things that don't mean a shit in the grand scheme of things. Uh, to them, it's like, well, I don't, it's more important to hide those little things, which is wild, right? It's like Monster and cell phone shit. The reason he's afraid of the cell phones is because he's lied so much to Stahl, Lee, Pruitt, Lawson, Courts, etc. about those phones. And well, the thing is, if they'd ever bothered to fucking look, it'd been pretty easy. It's like I can show out here in this room, break it down, have before. It's like the other night on Shares, right? The other day. He said something about, oh no, I never put him in as neighbors and blah blah. It's to give the impression the same as Jenny Adrian. He wants away from the phone shit because of what he's lied about and hid, which is just little shit. He wanted to flip the script, make it look like I was, etc., blah, blah. His poor little phones, poor little him. It was all lying. He lied to everybody from A to Z. It also falls into, I'm sure, what he's told Ellie, and, oh, it was a dream, and, so shit, too. It's little things, right? Because he doesn't want to be known by Ellie or the courts or stuff as actually doing these things to us, right? Because then, guess what? His flip script falls apart. It's as simple as that. And it's why he tries real fucking hard with the phones. It has nothing to do with anything fair, But, you know, I can show you the receipts in real time that he's a fucking liar. Enrolling things that would have been like, you made that up. And in a way that is irrefutably, fuck you, you fucking liar, right? Yeah. And, fuck your phone fuckery, and there's some reason he wants those gone, and it's a continual pattern. It's because of what I know he's lying about. And the thing is, him and Stahl both know she was fucking around texting for him too, and the phones and all that shit. But the flip script and what I know he's always fed out as lies to everyone about devices, and what I know he fed out to LE, Quartz is there, and it was also to where they might not believe any receipts that I showed, or be like, hey, this motherfucker in the days leading up to all this shit was weirdly enough looking for all the electronics where all the proof was, and the recordings of him saying, I'm not messaging you with this shit anymore. It's him and Stahl formulated that plan to make certain shit look certain ways in Messenger, but at home the abuse was full. The phone calls that I've recorded are full of fuck you and the actual abuse. It's just not in text form. So it was him actually manipulating and formulating the messengers that look certain ways. It was Stahl messaging him. It was him fucking around. He was the one concerned with devices, and when he couldn't steal them, take them away from me, and the proof he couldn't find them, and get by with that, then it became pertinent to where the phones didn't count. And, oh, it was this and other flip scripts and narratives. That way, Pruitt, Lawson, Courts, Judge, I wouldn't listen. Feds wouldn't listen. Yeah, that's right. But Feds, see, they have access to all the pretty toys, you know. Lower courts aren't going to look that far into till you maybe bring it to their attention, right? And you can prove that what it's saying's a lie, much like I can prove what it's saying there. I never put that in like that, the neighbors, but I can show you bazillions of messages where he always refers to C&D as the neighbors. Literally, that's what he called them. He wasn't like Candace and Dawn. I've always called him Candace and Dawn. And any message to me ever, it's always the neighbors. Yeah. So, no, he didn't put them in as the neighbors. And metadata would have showed that I don't have that phone open very often, or the others. Anybody fucks with that shit. It is what it is. But he needs it to look like phones were fucking gone, fucked with, somebody else had their hands on them, all this other shit, and it's just to hide little shit. It's to hide himself, the real abuse, the real truth around us, and how he fucked with Pruitt, Lawson, the court, the judges, over here in these. The lies he told services, shit around Iron Little, the lies he's manipulated Stahl with, which is the same shit he fed every other fucking whore, you know. And I know the song and dance, right? He needs those phones not to count. And then if it's shown that he's a goddamn liar about all that, then guess what? Less likely to believe about, oh, I had this breakdown because I was the poor victim. And now I've had a head injury. That boy ain't never had a head injury in his life. Ever. But that's what he was saying. And it was he was having this meltdown, all this bullshit. That's fucking lie. You know? It's all fucking lies. And, you know, shit wasn't a dream either. Told us, oh, I told him I had a dream about some bullshit. See how it works? If he's shown to be a goddamn liar on the phone shit and willing to lie to all these courts, judges, police, Pruitt, Lawson, his family's willing to do that. And threatened me leading up to all that shit with Lawson and all him sharing favors and shit. And then he can get it pulled and acted. Well, that's gonna look a damn mighty sight bad. When all I ever had to say is, yeah, I did abuse her this badly. Yeah, what she's showing is true. Yeah, these things are real. Yeah, those are my phones. Whatever, you know, it's it. I know it wasn't a dream. Yeah, I was really just, you know, re-traumatizing, using that as an abuser to verbally and whatever, mentally, emotionally, psychologically, fuck with my kids and her who were traumatized by summer vanishing. You know, and then of course it would have looked bad if he went, yep, I was up there screaming about, I hope the law enforcement or whatever it was Sissy said he said, and that she had it, come kill me this and come kill me that, and they're in my way. It would have made him sound some type of way, right? But all it was an abuser abusing. He has to hide that now because he's in so fucking deep. It's also why he had to come out here and be like, well, no, it left weeks before. Well, no, it left weeks after. It's because he lied to Stahl when he actually left. And I'll tell you, it's much later than, you know, all things. But anyway, yeah. It's all this fuck shit, you know? And it's simple shit. That's all he's doing is trying to hide that. You know? When the truth is, he's just a fucking monster. The abuse really happened the way we say it happened, and he knows that. But he's got to now maintain what he sold out to Stahl for quite a long time before everything went down. He's got to maintain the lies he fed the court shit when he wasn't able to steal devices his hair. I knew he was up for shit. So did the kids in the days leading up to it. It's like, why is he looking for all these things? Right. So to make shit look certain ways. And to make them look certain ways where receipts might not be seen, believed, looked at. And he could say, oh, but that's harder to do whatever in my phones, or this phone was stolen or whatever, and that's why Jenny and Adrian helped him, and that's why he said what he did, he stressed it, you know. But it's only to hide the little shit, and he is what he is. Same goes with the rest of them. All the lies, all the bullshit, all the confusion, chaos, fuckery. Most likely a whole lot of it's just meant to hide their own asses and say like dope shit or how close they were through years. Like Fred and Candace and Dawn, and how tight they really fucking were. Right? Most likely just all that. It's as simple as that. Then this group, though, they come into play, you know, and they feed money out to those like Laura, who's never really ever been around me in all the years. Ever, but once, twice, and as I was helping them, you know, jump their cars off, give them rides, etc. After summer vanished, the type of thing. That was the most contact I'd had with her ever. Now, Fred's a little different. I've known Fred most of my life, blah, blah. Monster hates him, yada, yada. But I'd speak to him here and there, you know. Anyway, um, you know, but when you feed them money to say fuck shit, and you help them Jose the fuck out of shit around here, right? Oh, they'll start doing it, won't they? It's like Monster, man, he's an idiot. He has no idea the train headed for him. I found it funny in one of those lines he did with old Rusty there. Rusty tongue, tetanus, or whatnot. That one really asked him to be part of the, what is it, that she made up and pumped out? Do you remember? That he was part of the Freemasons. You remember the stupid picture she put out saying that was him, his father, this year? Y'all remember that? I still hold those pictures. I thought about putting them on the community wall, but I don't think it would make a damn. But anyway, she asked him like, well, chat wants to know, are you part of? And here's Monster not realizing the worst things put out about it have been put out about it in the narratives to make him look guilty as fuck. Have been put out by Cher and Ziggy, and here he is playing with them. Now those are not the Jenny and Adrians. They've not been like Piper and all this other shit to make him look the best from the beginning, and didn't really put out too much. Cher and Ziggy have put out the worst and made him look sus. They turned all the shit we actually said or anything into, oh no, it's her line by Andy is there. Put out the shit that we said he seen Summer's dead body. Never said that, right? They're the ones that made him look sus as fuck. And here he is, dumb enough to be playing with him. And he has no idea how Rusty Tongue over there is like, hey, are you part of the Freemasons? Chat's just asking. Well, they're asking, dumbass, because Sherry, your new buddy over there, is the one that built that narrative around you and your family and put out the false pictures. You dumb shit. Now, what do you think she's going to do with all the recorded shit she's getting in the background once she's done, Aaron, a lot when you don't cooperate any longer like she does Dawn and Candace and the others? She uses it to blackmail and fuck you and your life up to try to draw you back in, puts out more narratives to try to trigger you, to harm you, manipulate you, into forcing you to come back to her so she can make money and teeth and weddings off of you. And then, when she's done that, she'll put it out 16 different ways and regurgitate it. And she's gonna wait you again and again. And she's the one that's responsible for. And see, I've only ever said monsters and monsters in the abuse sector. Never said he saw Summer's dead body. Never said half his other shit. They've got that dumbass thinking, we said all kinds of shit. We didn't say, just like Jenny and him have all kinds of people around us believing we said shit about them we didn't say. It's kind of the thing they do around here. But anyway, yeah, Monster doesn't seem to understand that. Well, those two, though, he's enjoying the way they're eating me and triggering me with it and doing the shit and trying to help get us murdered here. He's not thinking, and he doesn't know them real well. And he never paid attention from the beginning. And he was too busy banging stall to figure out what was going on and being here in real time either. But so there's all that. Yep. And he has no knowledge of what they've gotten into in and around Summer's case, and they really are this group of ones to set motherfuckers up to look guiltier than shit. And I mean that. And to collect on his ass, and they will anyways from Sunday. And then they're going to annihilate his life again. Oh yeah. Notice he's also swapped board with Hunter too, and it's, oh no, Don's a broke dude, man. I don't think he did this, but the monster I know damn well believes Candace and Don are guilty. I don't know, I guess you're paid enough and promised enough targeting of people you've abused and continue to abuse. You'll do anything for the creators who have built the worst narratives around you, your life, and, hammer down on your children, all these other things, and put out the worst rumors and bullshit narratives, and then pretend they didn't do that. I probably should put those screenshots up in community. Maybe somebody will flitter them over. I think it's too late now, though. And I don't think it cares. It's probably a little too late. Hey, once you get on that rusty, crazy train, you can't get off, bro. That's how it goes when you get wound up this group of money and weird shit like committing crimes and lying to courts and officials and, twisting shit that was never said and, targeting your kid and just the other. And that way, tragedy becomes have access to them and you get cash flow for your dope. And you get to abuse those who have already described you once. Perfect for monsters, eh? But, most monster are gonna care if he's being taken for another ride. Now, you never could see monster ass fucking whores when he was near him. He always did like that shit. You know how many times I showed him, like, the bitches he'd selected, time and again, they were laughing at him doing all this shit. I'm like, look, sit still. Let's do this call with this newest whore you've gotten yourself around. Let's do this on speakerphone. And then there's the whore going, oh yeah, I lied to him about being a virgin. And, I lied to him. Man, he's a joke. I don't want nothing to do with him anyway. He's fucking a piece of, like, he's goofy if he thinks he has, just full on laughing at, you know, and getting ready for the club, though they had presented themselves as these nice little church girls that didn't dare do any such thing as clubbing. Well, also, he's obviously feeding them full of shit too about me, and they were lying to him. It's always perfect matches made in hell with his horse. But then as soon as those things be over, he'd be like, God damn it, you're right again. He does have this thing about these that go into cover neck, like they're just all, oh. But, he always finds monsters. It's a thing. It's really a thing. You can't see them, especially when they're female. I'm like, boy, you're a dumbass. Go ahead on. The only ones that ever bought his shit and actually fucked back with him were those like that. The rest were normal, like me and others. Like, well, we can see you bullshit. You know what I mean? You're full of shit. You were fucking around with this chick. We can see you. Your red flags are giant. And then they come to him and be like, you do something. I'm like, mm-hmm. Yeah, you a cashier? Where you a cashier at? Where you work at? Oh, you're beside it? Oh, you're on the way out? Ah, yeah. Girl, I don't know. I don't know. It's all good. Oh, you run about? Oh, it's when you're supposed to be. Oh, okay. Yeah. You're like, whatever. His cousins, his family, everybody at Beach Creek, like, you know what, motherfucker? I seen him 60 miles down another goddamn gas station with another chick. Just ho-hoing it up with another cashier. I'm like, no, really? He's moved spots. That's the one he's swearing he's having to go to because it has the best shitting spot in the area this week. No, I figured. Those drink cups were coming from that Weaverton road. I figured he found a new one to chit chat with, you know? And then inevitably that one find me, it's just same shit, bro. Oh, cashiers, grocery store workers, the restaurants closest to the house. You don't say. No. You know. But the only ones that ever fell for it or would seem to actually have anything to do back with him are always the same types. And they were using him and fucking with him too. And laughing at him a lot, and it was like, I always found that cruel. Felt bad for him. But it's like, dude, I don't think you understand. You think this is Dream Girl, but watch this. You know? And then he'd be like, what the fuck? I'm like, yeah, Jody, she was really wrong, dumbass. And then they give up the hoeing for a while, whatever. Enhanced, he has a habit. He thought that hid everything he did because he was meant to be at these locations or could, yeah, you just can't with him. I'm doing two people. Bitch, I got pictures that say otherwise. Years of. You know, it's like, whatever, man. And he always loved almost getting caught and taking it to the edge and then making me hunt it down to where it could break it apart before I had the quote proof. It's a game he liked to play. Or he'd be like, please marry me and come back and do this or the other. And then as soon as I did within 3 days, you'd find him cheating already. It was like, bro, really? I've been gone for a whole year from your stupid sorry ass. Like, no context. And then you won't come to me with the get married, I'm so sorry, I've changed. I know I've separated you and your family, and I made sure to stay my ass living at the place after lies I told that started up bullshit. But will you marry me? And my dad went, oh, well, okay. And 3 days later on Christmas, they're like, fuck, it's another whore. At work, of course. Yeah. Same shit, different day. Anyway, so straight digressing in squirrels there, but the thing is, it's all the shit, right? It's the little bits that these assholes will hide, even if it means the truth about summer and facts can't come together for them doing all the fucking bullshit. Do you get what I'm saying? And they would still be doing the exact same shit as they are, even if they had nothing to do with summer. All they're possibly all trying to do, I know Monster Case, is to keep what this group, otherwise it fed everybody from stalled, others, crew members, fellow employees, all the shit, right? And the courts, all this shit, and then as he's had to go and cover up and cover up and cover up and make way for what this group and him did around Little and all these other shits they're doing, and then, it gets deeper and deeper hole for him. Now they got him wrapped up. He can't get out. Then he still loves abusing online in ways and pretending I'm back I can speak on it with these who are clearly trying to get us murdered, like sharing phones lately. And the newest revival of that. But, and then of course Fred's included in that shit lately. So, thing is, he's working with two of the worst. They've never cleansed his ass, like, whatever. Now, Cher, we all know how she'll cleanse a monster's butthole around here with her tongue and her handlebars. We do. Okay? She's done a hell of a job for them. But when they won't come back and come to heal, boy, the trick she gets up to makes Piper's latched on. It puts the lotion on, look like something, don't it? Monster has no idea the ride he's in for, and they're not going to include her handlebars. But he's too wrapped up in this group, the shenanigans, covering for all their lies, the bullshit they tricked and fucked with and manipulated courts and officials around from the beginning. In too deep, and he's let Stahl play in it whole way knowing she was, and she's the greatest manufacturer of a whole bunch of this shit. And got his ass fucked around and fucked up, along with his lust for money and greed. So, either way, it all plays in, but he ain't got shit to do with some revenge. And I'll maintain that. At least as far as I can. But, you think anybody ever tells him that? Doubt it. Anyway, it's just like nobody ever made the dumbass swear that we'd never said he's seen Summer's dead body. Never said that. Never. This place had his dumbass thing in that, though. Right? They wanted him to believe bullshit, just like they wanted PG did to believe it was me in the back chats with him. When he was on panels to trigger him emotionally. But you don't get that type of shit. He's not, and I don't mean it in a bad way, he's not smart enough to. And he can't see it, and he can't see other monsters when they're in front of him. He gets shocked and blindsided by him like he did when he met BK on the roadway, and when he hears BK talking to him in the same way he talks to people, they don't know what the fuck to do with that. But anyway, C&D would be acting the same too. It's part of the problem from June 15th forward for me is no matter what, they'd still be doing as they are. Just for funky little shit to hide it. So I won't call anybody else guilty. And because I know the little bits, they're probably all, each one's most likely trying to hide. You have Fred immediately trying to distance from them, act like they weren't tight. They're trying to give a 6 month time like Fred was. Right? And that's what weirds me out. Now, you have all these pieces, but in real time, I couldn't figure out in the first days after Summer vanished. It's like in my messages to others or conversations in between Monster and I. I'm like, why is Fred sitting here lying to us? Like, why is he fucking lying about he didn't really know her? Or that she vanished Saturday before, or He didn't even know she vanished till the day after. When we were standing there, as he broke traffic up and come in, you know, damn good well, motherfucker hears everything around everything. Why's he lying? Why is it that he immediately made it like there was this break 6 months back, and he was all like, man, we used to be tight, me and Don and everything else, but then the 6 months, man, he said, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. You know, I don't know why. You just stopped talking to me. That'd be Candace, you know, and all this sort of shit. And then he's immediately like Summer's Day, and he's putting out the shit about, you know, all these things. I'm like, why is Fred on here fucking around with us like this? You know, he really wants us to believe this, but what the fuck's happening right now? Not only is he trying to suck info about everything and trying to get info to, for whatever reason, he's also trying to make us believe shit. And then at the time, Fred mentions, and this was too early for it to have been online, or Fred to have known about it by online. And this amount mentioned. Fred mentions like Don being in debt to a certain amount. And boy, don't that just fit what then later comes out online and what they seemingly all try to raise, which is another 50K almost. But see, Fred says that in real time in the first days after Summer vanishes. That's weird. Coincidence, maybe, I don't know. You know, real weird. It's time you just take it for Fred shit. He's pissed about the Jason shit. He brings that up, of course. Now, these should all be things featured on his magical wire, mind you. And so I hope they are indeed on that wire. I really do. Or Dawn's, when Dawn came walking down the driveway, almost like it was timed for them to talk to one another. Maybe Dawn was watching from the one window that gets the phone signal, which means no need to really leave the property to use the phone. Hopefully he was watching up here and just seen Fred coming in there trying to suck info for us and made his way down casually. And, you know, we backed off so they could talk because we knew Dawn hadn't been finishing the job, per se. Because Fred was freaking out, but every time he was talking to Dawn, he could tell Dawn had something to ask him, but he never would ask. So we'd back away, let them talk, assuming one or the other was wearing a wire. Don't really care. All these things should be featured somewhere, you think. But, I guess, according to Fred, Ellie has it all. Bless them if they do. I hope so. I honestly hope the trash bag had a fucking bug in it and all that, and the yellow can and the tires and the trees had ears, and there was a whole hell of a lot of like Eagle's Nest and supersonic NSA microphones aimed at everything. Quite frankly, I'm gonna bet there might have been. So anyway, who knows really? But anyway, I'm just like, I don't know. They're all funky. You gotta give it the side eye sometimes. Yeah. Seems people are stressing a whole lot of shit. Yeah. But it's all probably little shit. It's like, you know. And I think there are a whole lot of things. And at first I maybe it's like I seen Dobbs first come online. And I never listened to all that or any of the interviews at first. I just knew I heard the piece where he was like, oh, Jody Souza went and jumped my asses there. I'm like, bullshit, I did. You know, and he sort of cleanses monster. I'm like, what the fuck is going on there? But it's also another dude who acted funky towards women. Personality traits. You know, that type of shit. Obviously has an issue with women. And he can't say that's just me that realized that. Hell, he told the fucking cop his wife stabbed him in the head. oriented. I'm sure the cop could see him for what he was. And he was funky as fuck. And I know that the cop at one point, when Dobbs was like, his mask slipped and he yelled, "Why do you need my name and address?" I was like, what the fuck? And I'm sure the cop could tell me he wanted out of there quicker and shit, you know? So it's like, it ain't just B's word on all these fuckers. The reason they do weird shit, you know? It's it. There's a whole lot of weird ass motherfuckers out in this universe. Especially abusers, monsters, assholes, liars. They still want their masks or their you know, there's shit that looks bad in normal society and behaviors to be known, right? What the fuck? Simple as that, really. And who knows what Dobbs may or may not have been paid to, but then you also have the Sheriffy moment. Time, I take it like, well, he's been told to do that or whatnot, and MJ and them probably paid him, or maybe he's just protecting our neighbor with cancer who's dying, and go him, I'll let it stand, but then later on, I'm like, what the fuck? And then he gets himself caught on PG's not even knowing who the fuck I am, right? Now, I know damn good well who he is, because he travels in my circles for years, but yeah, boy, didn't even know who it was. Got straight caught. Who? Jody C. What? Ah, that's right. Anyway, so that moment never took place, and I have receipts to prove it never took place. I'm sure Sharpie and others did not think that would be a thing, or there'd be receipts that never took fucking place. So I hope they were very cautious about who and what they were lying to around that whole statement, and I hope it was only made to YouTube for YouTube purposes. Also, you put into that equation that people have baby boys going back to jail for some of the worst shit on earth to hide and pamper up and not be seen and to distract the universe and YouTube away from and eyes away from so baby boy and them don't get looked at sus. Well, don't that just have a different flavor on it? So you see, it ain't a JSB situation. It's all these fuckers in there got their own little motives and bullshit and tiny things to hide and distract from and all this shit. It's simple as that. Road full of little beasties with all their own little motives. None of which I give a shit about. What I do give a shit about is some truth, justice, even if it means everybody else's asses go down for all the little bits in between. That I don't give a fuck. If I ever gave a fuck, I wouldn't have spoken publicly or had attention on. I just, you know, I'll willingly sacrifice self and go for whatever, little shit and all the others you think be willing to do this thing. No, they're not. No, they're not. Not even for summer's sake. And it makes me sort of vomit. So there's that. Even if it means they lay down all the bullshit so the truth can be seen, the jello undone, the mud cleansed, all that. Everything unwound, checking the egg found, to where the truth can shine, to where summer can be found, justice served on the right people. Right? Ain't none of them gonna do it, and they're all in too deep at this point. Bullshittery, games, fuckery, YouTube creators, crimes, fucking with courts, tampering, lying to everybody from, well, everybody. For all the dumbest fuck. Because honestly, none of them give a shit about summer as much as they give a shit about themselves. Now, me, I'm gonna tell you the level of distrust up in that motherfucking road. Please don't give them another one to latch on to from my chat, Nance. All of them run right over there, share the shit, and try to latch onto it, and make it a tragedy. Good story. That's why you don't often see me share any alerts, anything like that, especially around here or anywhere really. It's not because I don't care for these missing or murdered children. It's because this place, not only do they sign up across the nation for them, so they can insert like they did us, hunt everybody down, start Googling, we can leave you hopeless calls that lead back to script type of shit. I know what they put these people through. None of these children or women should be exploited in that manner, screwed with, done the way we are, and it terrifies me for these families, courts, law enforcement, and those cases. These children, these women, these victims, they need attention, they need those alerts to be shared, but in this realm, it will destroy their cases, their communities, witnesses, courts, law enforcement. I just placing it. There's whole ass groups of untold amounts online that have missing or murdered loved ones that know they need attention on them, but they're afraid of this place, these creators, because they actually have seen what they do. And so they're stuck. Need attention, but don't want it from this area. But the thing about that is, enhanced, most alerts, they do involve familial things and are found closed rather quickly. Let's hope for the best outcome on that, and it's a custody drill, most are. Because it has been terrible couple weeks, obviously, from what you've seen all these tragedy books latch onto with these other cases and the outcomes. And how people are still being gross cretins. How people around the world seem to not be satisfied till they sit here and watch bodies of water on Justin, hoping to see little ones' remains pulled out, or the bullhorns jumping out in the ditch line, or they want to know whether pants were on and off a child, or how brutalized they were. They want to slide sick. I don't know anybody view that. These poor women and children die. Last moments on this earth brutalized in fear, agony, pain. You have to know that's true. But no, that's not enough for you as entertainment. You gotta know how much fear, pain. You gotta know the pants. You gotta know wounds, injuries, all the little things. You gotta watch them be pulled out on camera. We can live forever online because it's not enough for you to know that their last moments on this earth were terrifying enough. And that, well, you gotta make sure they suffer every indignity possible and are viewed as a thing, an object, virtue signal, and their names written wrong, hashtag, people pretending they care. You figure out if they're wearing pants or not when their bodies are pulled out of water and things. It's fucking horrifying what people view as entertainment. I don't even know how people's stomach listening to that or wanting to know those details. That's just, just, sick. So it's been a bad couple weeks, obviously. Not supposed to outcome. So let's hope for a different one with those. Let's hope the tragedy events don't light. Anyway, sorry, I'm sort of laughing at the babies right now. It appears they're awake and feeling some type of way bad. Oh, there they are. Some of them. Hold on. I'm gonna go release the babies. Alright, back. I've got 3 babies on the loose. On the loose. And so anyway. You see, I'm gonna turn this around, I think. Okay. Alright. Now, it's lies, right? All the bullshit. Whoever's in the Discord in 23 is supposedly Penny during TMBK's revisiting revisions bullshit of that attempted new cycle of siphoning receipts. Mind fucking masses. I refuse to play in or release these. But there's Penny, right? Allegedly. There's Penny. I ask. Ask. Who contacted you first about the bullshit lie? My little Penny goes, Jenny went on TM's panel. I was already listening. It freaked me out. And I wanted to know what was going on, so I called Adrian. Excuse me. But, then if those like Penny can go back and be like, look, I mean, why would I lie to her face and message that? Must be true. But we all know that, well, that's not true. Now, don't we? We all know that's not true. From the calls with Linda we went through the other night, some of, that's not true. Correct? To the, hold on, let me see if this is it. Now, this is a Penny moment, right? Weeks before, she's tagging both my children in posts, all shit, and the military gross fund, all that shit, all that stuff. But this is Penny, much like the moment when her and the other one had far too much knowledge of shit and were sort of formulating what seemed like the grandest narrative over on true crime or down under crime talks, whatever that Benny and TM tried to say was that. But actually, that narrative was starting to already be built by this group long before that, and by Scott on TM's panel withdrawal. So nope. But here's this thing, this drop.
Rue's gonna go to school and she's gonna see what normal fucking moms are like. Yeah. I swear to you, Rue and Jody Sue, that reminds me of a hostage situation.
Right? Oh, now Penny said hostage situation, right? Oh dear. Right? And then here, well, are the backstage messages between Tiffany and Penny. Right? I'm talking to Adrian right now. I'm shaking. You need to know this. Tiffany can't say nothing. This is a hostage situation. It's a hostage situation. Right. And then Andy wants to go take Rue, but he's afraid that if he shows up to take her, Jody Sue's gonna take them all out. First I ever heard any such fucking thing, right? And then guess what pretty pieces go with this? Well, the recordings. Where Monster then, see, he has to make up for all these lies of his little group that, you know, and Stahl, who's manipulated everything, you know. And Lips and Rojo and the rest are involved. Now, obviously, even Stahl is not saying that. Stahl's like, oh, we're worried that, you know, she has her mind fucked her stuff, blah, blah, right? No mention of hostage situations or I'm gonna take anybody out, you know. Nothing like that. It's all lies anyway, you know, etc. And then they're still trying to help get me killed, so this group puts up shit. There's a mention of Tiffany Marie, which shows you how they're all working with her, and Penny. So anyway, so the next day after they've enacted all the shit on Iron Little online, right? The only time Monster appears is when he's asked to give him his cash app, right? He's like, here. There he is, instantly there, right? And I sort of figured out the issue, Lips says, blah, 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 but no one told me that I'm being called out for it. Law, they were already live yesterday about it and then told Benny Keys everything, so he was live about it. Now they're all on Ziggy's talking about it. But because they can't figure out how I've done it, they're going crazy, blah, blah. Somehow that gave Tiffany Marie permission to put my 12-year-old up on the screen while they bash me. I don't know. And Monster's like, I don't know. I'm trying to work, so don't have time to figure it out. Right? Weird, huh? He's so fucking concerned. And then Lips is giving him, you couldn't also force TSP to your daughter into the blah, 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 you know, social work, all this sort of shit. Oh, and there it is. Here's the deal. People want to donate, but because of what happened yesterday, they're now thinking it's a scam. Whatever those girls did and said made others question the situation. I'm going to let them take of this for you. Monster goes, so I get punished for someone getting the stuff twisted. Okay. Implying Jenny, Adrian, Tia, and Penny, everybody, they fucking lied and twisted. Right? And his little helpful stall in here. She's trying to hammer at me in little because somehow she thinks she's the one done wrong. and she doesn't love her drama and creators. But there you go, there's the truth. Even Monster knew they had all lied. Bullshit. Then it gets even better. Because what happens after they think Court's gonna on ship, right? And they've got to cover each other's asses, and Monster's got to cover asses. Is that then what happens is it starts being fed out, and as a form of blackmail, and to mindfuck Little, the last forced communication holds Monster trying to tell Little that I had threatened to take everybody, including, I guess, my children out. I had threatened him and everybody else. Little's jaw dropped. And Little's like, no, I believe so, bro. And Monster's like, you don't need my money. Bullshit, bro. Never in any of these things did anything, and has anything ever been said like that. As you can see, it was a thing he had to cover Penny's ass for, communications for, and then him and Stahl had to cover for. Then it made its way as a way of mind fucking and abusing my Little further, and trying to lie to her about me. In a blackmail effort to say, well, what's in it for me if I stop terrorizing you? You better do something for me in court, Little / your mama, hint wink, if you want me in this group to stop. But it's a narrative put in there by Penny. Hostage situation. Then it builds in the background. Then Monster tries to use it to not only mindfuck Little into thinking that Little knows better, calls him shit immediately, but he attempted it anyway. And then it gets said in court. All because of Pretty Penny here. Just all the rest. And the date's mine. With how far this group of monsters fucked with courts, law enforcement, and lied to everybody from A to Z. That's how dangerous he still is and what he does. Those made a whole hell of a lot of people think suddenly he's changed. He ain't still doing what he does. And willing to go that far. And what he's doing here is still abuse. But anyway, there's your receipts. Right? And so even in Discord, when Penny pops up, right? When old Penny pops up last year, she's trying to make me fucking think that she was oblivious to all. She had nothing to heck and do with any of this. First time she had any knowledge. Now, mind you, combine this with the calls and the blackmail and Linda and BK and Scott and Rojo and Lips and Skull and him, Monster, and all them involved. And Jenny and Adrian. Planning and plotting this shit days in advance. Before, because he Stall's little, oh, she's crazy, emergency custody shit wasn't working. But Jenny, Adrian, Piper, Monsters Hammer on had the numbered posts, right? Benny saying he was going to make me look certain way. He was going to try to drive me over cliffs. There's a lot. It was going to be an attempted false 5150. Then they got this, formulated a new plan, went with it, whole nine, right? So anyway, instead, that also includes the Feathers account. Yeah, right? And the break in here. That Stalin Monster wrote. And Penny making look a certain way. And Scotty Bridges. So anyway, I see you. I see you. I told you they're on loose. And they're yelling like that because they're trying to follow each other and Mama. Seriously. And don't forget, obviously, Linda's involved in all that to some degree, too, with Little and the bullshit. Right? As they supposedly, allegedly blackmailed her. Weird shit. So you tell me why. 2023 Penny came in and was all like, no, bro, the first I heard about it was when Adrian hit Tiffany's pen. Y'all don't know better. Like, who you trying to mindfuck there, you know? Why? Man, y'all really had to do that, huh? You really had to do that. Seriously? Oh, bless. Sweet, sweet, fuzzy, fuzzy babies. So weird. Meow, meow. Hold on, guys. Okay. So, then there's weird shit, right? So you take and you think, okay, well, obviously you could see Penny in there going, no, the first knowledge I had of, right, is Jenny hopping Tim's panel with the fake tears and bullshit, much like she did after Penny gave her and Chroma the golden egg, they thought. Right? And Jenny going, oh God, this could get somebody that get killed. And then, of course, that leads into the, I hope you're shook, bitch, and shaking the trees and all that, right? But you all know, and there's clear evidence that obviously Penny's lying. You know who does shit like that? Like I just gave you an example for monsters, manipulate. This place full of them, and well, real abusers. It's a tactic. So, nuh-uh, you didn't see. You don't know. It's also a way to pull receipts and other types of shit. A whole lot of this is probably to try to get me involved in that fuckery last year and bullshit I had, and to get involved in the drama aspect of everything. Uh, I wasn't playing in it. Also, I would guess the reason it was this whole Nick has everything and so and so's got control of this and hell, which mod was it that was supposed to have control of it too? Was it IC or Salty? I don't know. It was one of them, right? It's supposed to have Benny's channel, the Discords, everything. I don't know. But either way, because Penny was retiring for good, which we knew just a month or two later wasn't true because she was here in town with chasing and Jenny and it's so anyway. So you go, well, obviously this bitch will say anything, right? Just say anything. Try to mindfuck you into thinking shit that's not true, and she'll even put it down statement wise because, well, they know right here sheets are shown, and they're gonna be like, people are like, well, wait, why would they say that if then they fail to go, wait a minute. Certain people though can give the receipts in to show that, well, things like she just said obviously were not true. The thing that wilds me out is Penny should have very well known, and whoever was running certain things should have known those receipts were already here and existed, but has that ever stopped them? No. Especially when they built a narrative several years long that the people that hold those receipts and compiled things, when they've tried to make the world believe they're a fucking liar, well, what's it matter what they say and what receipts are held? Because who's going to believe it anyway? They'll believe the lies they tell before they'll believe the truth presented with facts and real receipts over here. See how that goes? That's the fuck shit, isn't it? It's about 6 levels of manipulation deep for a whole abundance of reasons by an entire group working online in a well-organized manner to fuck up and tamper with a great deal many cases, including Summers. Fucking hobbyists. The hobbies of monsters, man. But it gets better with 2023 Penny. It gets fucking better, bro. It gets fucking better. Because 2023 Penny. I'm asking some questions, being pretty precision based. Obviously aware this bitch is even trying to lie to me at this point. Hell, she's showing me fucking. She even sent me some of the Discord shit from the way back as proof of, knowing full well that I knew even in real time she was editing those back then as they were happening or deleting and shit. Like, bitch, who are you trying to fuck with here? Are you stupid? But they hope it works, right? And then if they can put it in those and then I don't know, it's a different tiered system of making money in a Discord people think they're viewing, and mind fucked by, but they don't have all the things. Shit, what's gonna stop them? Right? Anyway. So there's this email, or well, this message. Shit. There's stuff TM, I think, at the same time it's saying, or putting that, or whatever. One of the, things looked, and it was supposed to be from Slay, looked very manufactured. Penny goes, well, what does the one you think is manufactured say? I'll look for it. I was like, the one with Slay saying feds are at her house. Right? Now, by this point, obviously this group has some of the stuff Slay has said to me at points, which is that, she had said she'd called Fed all this other shit at one point. I'm like, okay, good for you. You need to. If you think that somebody's fucked with you, tampered with you at that point. She's like, I never said I was Feds or bullshit, It was all garbage. So anyway, so I had enough to build on, right? Start trying to weave from, manufacture shit from, fake shit, the Slay going, oh god, the Feds are at my house, whatever. Yeah. Yeah. And I know I was showing those receipts over here where Slay threatened me and was like, well, I have no choice now but to call the Feds. I'm like, okay, bitch, do that. Do that. Because you're talking to me in the same account you pulled this shit on. Before, we all know this is bullshit. You've played some role in it. Something's up. This is obviously the same person. Cam, Ziggy, Jenny, or not Jenny, sorry, Penny, and the rest have been fucking around with, right? Scott, Linda's, etc. And a great deal many other creators. And it looks like those are on the Delphi case too, weirdly enough. Anyway, Q, Scott H, yeah, things like that. So, I was like, Slay saying Feds at her house. Penny's like, the date? I don't remember her saying that. I was like, it makes no sense, I told you. Penny goes, that might need context, because she told me what to tell Brad. Brad was Sean of the 423 Chase Friday. To email the Qs. Let me read that again. That might need context, because she told me what to tell Brad to email the Qs. Interesting, huh? I was like, the story is someone else's. Laugh out loud. I was like, wait, Slay told you what to email Brad for him to email the Qs. Now, y'all remember when the Feds went to Chase's house and Penny lost her full shit about it in the marathon? Y'all brought this down on a good man. And then Brad was like, man, I expected this at JSB, but it wasn't JSB this time, guys. You remember that? Well, Brad assumed it was Tiffany Marie who'd actually called the Feds on him. Right? Over the marathon shit that brought him out to his house. And he clearly stated outright it wasn't JSB. It was Tiffany Marie. He was pissed. Penny got online that night and was like, oh, the fucking Feds are right now at Brad's house, blah, blah, blah. I was like, I remember talking to Penny. I was like, real or not? He was like, oh, it's very real. The cops are indeed there. I was like, well, good. Cool beans. I've shown those receipts too. Anyway, so Penny says that Slay was telling her what to email Brad for him to email the Qs. Or, well, that's what I asked. Anyway, proceed. Alright. Now, this is 2023 Discord, Penny. Okay. Last year during TM and BK's rewrite up and all that shit that Cam and Allie couldn't keep up with, and inconveniently they found themselves finally outed on YouTube for all the fuckery, despite this group keeping them clean, clear, and everything cleansed over here, and everybody telling you that everybody was imagining their drug use and shit. Yeah. And eating us alive for things. Seems they were kicked right off the bridge right after they couldn't keep up with the slave ship. Oh, they. So anyway, it was like the story of someone else's. It was like Slay told you what to email Brad for him to email the Qs. What in the fuck? Laugh out loud. I was like, Lord, this is too extra. I need fireworks and lemonade. Penny goes, when TBI went to his house because of the marathon money or the billboard stuff, I don't actually know. He just said it was Tiffany's doing. He was freaking out and told me he needed to write Q exactly whatever. Does that fit the context, please? I was like, what in the absolute hell? I'm dying right now. Laughing emojis, right? I was like, this is too fucking stupid. I just cannot even. Yep. I was like, so you sent what he needed to say to Slay and Q? Penny goes, no, she sent it to me as a template to give him. Okay. She never let up. Not once. It's scary, and she let me be hung out to dry once her name was on YouTube. And then Penny goes, question, have you ever heard of Agent Brown? Excuse me? Now, that shit is going on around TMBK too. Whatever. Yeah, but. And I believe they had mentioned something like that between each other, Linda, TM, and whoever was in their portion of the Discord with Slay, the original one, and that they had going on with all that shit. Then she wanted info from me after that about some shit to do with Mary. Asked me if whatever this was made sense to me. Um, Now, think about that. Now I'll show another receipts over here. I always thought it funny that when I was still on Facebook, Q came over there and grabbed some stuff from me posting about Slay and then put it up on her own demo. I ended up getting her caught straight out with the Q shit. Or with Slay shit. Q also proudly proclaimed that Slay was actually sending emails to her first. Oh yeah. And that email Scott and Penny and such read off that night on the live that ended up because I was refusing the shit in the background. And they read that email off in front of a live during a marathon to make it seem a certain way. And I still refused. Then the bitch pushes that money in anyway, and I report it to the feds. That's when she popped up in my messenger. Was like, hey, can you blah, blah, blah. And I wouldn't reply to her. And then a little while later, she pushes it on in because I won't reply or check her message or anything. Because I knew what was up because of the discords and the calls and Penny and all it. And they were trying to force it, right? The money push. After they knew they'd already been turned in and caught with the fake Fed setups. So they thought, well, if we can push money to her real quick and do this, I mean, setup shit, right? They didn't count on me then turning that into the actual Fed's tip. So there's a whole lot of worry, it looks like. Especially after days of me not touching that money. So, anyway, but Q helpfully outs herself. I thought she was going to be a smartass, take some of my shit from Facebook about Slay. Takes it over there and it basically catches her up in her bullshit. Q proudly proclaims Slay messaged her first that email, then she sent it on to Scott and them, and then that's what was read off. That $1,000/500 thing. It paints a pretty beautiful picture when you have all the little bits. So, obviously, Q. And as you've seen, even after everything was outed, Slay was going around Q and pushing money at her even long after the marathon. Also, wildly enough, Slay was pushing money at Scott. Even like last year showed up and was throwing money at Scott. Slay has a habit of just showing up when mentioned too many times. Anyway, and then like last year, Cayman Alley failing to keep up on the Slay boat and chasing it unproclaimed her dead, and Cayman Alley like, no, it ain't. Why is TM saying she's dead? We're talking to her right now. And then, whoopsies. And then, well, days later, Cam and Allie are outed for what this group clearly knew from before even Cam, BK, and Chase meeting on Hill that Cam and them were back in active addiction. They kept you all from knowing for years and hid from you all and ate us about when we called out. But all that shit comes into play, right? So anyway, what you have is Penny of 23 saying that. Now remember, you also have the version of Scott checks the emails first, according to Scott. And then Linda whittles them down even further. Then Penny's left to get the rest. Alright? Then you have the version where they all say, no, Linda's the only one that was checking the emails. And then it's left for Penny. Slay was messaging her directly. But then you have Q fucking about the shit a certain point. Oh, no, bitches. Slay was contacting her first. Then she was emailing it over. It's the weirdest shit, isn't it? So, there's definitely the group and the Slay connection with Scott, Linda, Penny, and Q. And obviously Brad. Well, hell, they're the first and main players in the marathon, aren't they? Scott Evan connects back here too. I don't know. Squall, Linda, and others. Being the first one to be on TM's panel with the night drawing him really set in the foot. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Y'all know the drill. Right? If you've been here, you've been here. So what you have here is 2023 Discord, . . 'Penny. saying that what she's doing around moments are scared and feds are visiting Brad and have him fucking terrified about the marathon seemingly. She's saying that Slay would tell her what to email Brad in order for him to email the Qs. Now, why would you do that when feds visit and you're terrified of them asking questions about a marathon? What's the truth in there? Why would Brad need someone he thinks is or possibly was made to believe feds or LE, right? Their advice to then email the Qs with to probably give them heads up or warnings or who knows what after the feds pay him a nice little visit about the marathon billboard show. Why would he then go to Penny, ask her to ask Slay what to tell or to email the Qs? All parties asshole deep in the marathon. The first one and the second one. So on there. Why would he need that when Slay obviously had direct contact with Q? Why wouldn't Slay then be, whatever? And why wouldn't Slay if. And then why is Penny still playing with Slay? At that point, she proclaimed she knew Slay was not real. Makes me wonder if one of these or six of these motherfuckers, because the time they use that whole Grandis, the hero, blah 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 shit as an attempted form of blackmail to silence us before it became the phone call you all knew with Brad and TM. And had to be twisted and turned because it was actually initially meant to lift off Marathon #2 and more billboards. Now, why on earth, when it was attempted to be used as a form of blackmail to silence us for an exact amount of days, was Chase implying it was feds, law enforcement? They knew, they had eyes on Summer, all this, X amount of days, and the feds had assured him, policemen, it came from that aspect, though y'all later hear him say it's 40 different people responsible for feeding him that information and wasn't police. By that time he knew better than to say that out in public, but to us here, that's what was being implied. Also, somebody, right, had him stalking us and doing fuck shit, making him believe at levels he's working for McDonough to do that to us. Or law enforcement somehow. Right? That's a little strange, huh? Surely that boy wasn't stupid enough to buy some shit like a slave. And had no direct contact of his own or anything. Had to go through the group like the Qs or pennies to get something said, done, reach out to this fake fed card team person, ask him for advice. I don't know. and then Penny or one of them to send him a template back, so he could then email the Qs with warning or info or whatever. Who knows what and where there, but it looks like there was definitely some worry and him trying to alert or say things or what should be said to the Qs and each other, and templates sent back and forth so others knew what to say in email or text or message one another between the Qs, Penny, Scott. I don't know who the fuck really knows, right? See how fucking deep, dark, do you see? And there are pictures of Chase's hand actually holding the card of an agent I know, so they did indeed show up at Chase's. The real ones. So it's concerning that this group was apparently trying to warn each other by 45 different means and hoping feds couldn't keep up with the tech or the tracking of and back and forth communications or who knows what the fuck in order to warn each other, whatever, after the feds do indeed show up at Chase's door that night. Chase is hella pissed at TM. He says TM's responsible. At that time, Penny comes out swinging on her lives, going, y'all doing this to a good man, and blah, 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 defending the hell out of Chase. Now, the most recent call, communications, Chase has been back online. He talked to Tiffany. All of a sudden, he's pro Tiffany, and he's like, oh, we've been on the same team the whole time, Tiffany, and blah, 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 and Penny's the bad guy. Now, you make that make sense from where old Brad Bridges came from and how fuck TM he was at a certain degree and throughout everything. And suddenly he swaps during a revisionist history, comes out in another call, and he's pro TM but anti Penny. Some weird shit, ain't it? Swears up and down Tiffany's always had his back this year, but this is a guy. He was like, Tiffany sent the feds to my house, bitches. Probably about slay shit, marathon shit, all that shit. Weird that happens to Cam and Allie and they're outed right after they can't keep up the slay shit either. Huh. You ever seen criminals try to, I don't know, they're guilty and fucking shit of things, right? And then what they try to do is they throw others off the fucking bus and call police first and all this shit to make certain things look certain ways. And to get eyes turned towards or to set up others. And maybe look in public like they're the champions of or all these things and not the actual ones doing all the things. You ever seen that? I have. About 1,000,000 times in my life. Yeah. When you know a ring, you know a ring. And you know how they work. Especially around law enforcement and courts when they're scrambling over one another to try to set each other up and somebody scared away as the fucking hero while they're actually the main bad guy, that type of shit. This group, man, comparison to real ones on the streets, this ring here online, it's actually weak sauce. It's pretty basic, bitch. Pretty simplistic to get. Nah, but their shit goes deep, don't it? When they are really fucking with real courts, law enforcement, police, trying to set each other up, trying to always look around all these marathons and fraudulent things they do in case after case after case, like the heroes or the champions of, or the ones who seemingly always skirt away looking squeaky clean while the rest of the group goes down. There's some of these players that seem to have a real habit of that. Around here, real reputation for that. And they always revolve around that MGL bunch, don't they? And around that same bunch, you always have some fake-ass PIs, some fake-ass CIA, fake-ass Fed, some weird fucking shit. In case after case after case. It's weird, huh? That definitely includes several players you look at every day around here, or believe the most. Been around here for years in all these cases where the same things are done. Could name more than a few. Those, hell, I'm sure y'all can take a pretty good guess, right? You long-standing members and watchers and protectors of true crime and the drama community and hate channels where a great deal many, like Chasing and all those, and, well, the Adrians and shit and the TMs and, oh dear God, so many come from her. The Pennies, the Dougs, the fucking Little Caesars pizza. Don't they just get you every time? Don't they? It's like the calling card of the tragedy pimp runner. Somebody from true crime ever comes to interview all anything, if something happens bad and you end up finding yourself here, the first thing you need to do is, if they ever come, right, pretending they're going to give you, your family help, or they're going to solve a case or whatever, and they come with a goddamn Little Caesars pizza, the best thing you can ever do is run away. Be like, no, 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 it's the first red flag, I'm out. Okay, probably not going to be your first red flag, but it's going to be a giant one. Anybody offline ever brings a goddamn Little Caesars pizza to your house, or holds a scam online like BK and Doug run other missing and murdered children's cases, or, oh God, how many shut up Little Caesars pizzas in Summer's case, Ernie, McDonough, Juanita, Little Caesars, man, it's the red flag of fucking tragedy pimps. Pizza. Y'all remember? I just straight aged the hell out of myself. Y'all remember that back in the day? They don't do that slogan anymore, do they? He doesn't say that and do the little thing. He doesn't go pizza. I don't know. I stopped eating Little Caesars when I was like 4. Shit. That's the one thing on earth that gives me heartburn. Maybe I'm biased. But, so maybe that's why I'm like, red flag! Red flag! But I really hate some fucking Little Caesars. It's one thing on earth that has given me heartburn and acid from the time I was a child until now. It is fucking awful. Nothing, I could eat anything in this universe and it not bother my stomach. Little Caesars fucks me up. Hate that pizza. So anyway, it's terrible. So anyway, and like in this receipt, it's, so you sent what he needed to say to Sling. She clarifies and goes, no, she sent it to me as a template to give him. She never let up, not once. It's scary. And then she let me be hung out to dry once his name, or her name, was on YouTube. Oh, seems to happen a lot around that sleigh shed, don't it, Penny? Penny, Penny, Penny. The setups are in that sleigh shed cooperation, whatever, those who fail to cooperate, and creator aspects who have had contact with Slay. It seems like it never turns out well for him, does it, Penny? Cam, Ziggy, others. Y'all ever took note of these 10K setups and shit too? Combine a few of those as well in there when certain folks aren't coming to heal. But, you know, fuck up on the Slay shit and they'll really annihilate you as a creator. Especially if you've been one of the ones fuck around with Slay shit. It's almost as if they've set y'all up for Slay shit. Purposefully, much like they do the long-term weaponized 10K mounts they feed you. You think are from the goodness of whatever. But it's actually 40 owls in a raincoat, isn't it? Always. And it's meant to, if you ever get a line, then go, oh my god, this amount's near 10K, and look at these scammers you see, and that looks real fucking bad, and it's a way to take you and your channel down with, isn't it? Weird how the same players keep being involved in that show, huh? Or if you don't attack or target who they want you to, boy, don't you find yourself around a 10K setup suddenly? People calling you a scammer. Always 10K. I can name a few. Around a few creators, I'm sure some of y'all can. But the same thing exists with Slay, right? Oh boy, you fuck up on the Slay narrative, you can't hold it together, you can't keep it together for the group, or, yeah, you fuck up. Or you fuck up, say, around the, shit to do with my little, and you find certain shit done to you as a creator, don't you, when you fuck up the rest of the group's narrative? You find yourself outed for, like, some car shit, weird shit. Or, you know, whatever, you won't target me, so you find yourself fucked up and fucked around with some, like, romancy scam 10K mounts. Or, you know, after chasing especially has gone around giving her stamp of approval on things or deaths or whatever this shit is around here so well from the beginning. And you go, nuh-uh, Slay's alive. Oh boy, now you find yourself outed finally and in deep shit instead of cleansed and kept safe by this group. Huh? Even though it's really real life, it fully discredits you in case you out the group or crimes, now doesn't it? Or all the money they had Slay pushing some of you creators. Even after you clearly knew Slay was a thing from 2021. Strange, isn't it? Real odd. Real odd. And there are certain other oddities, right? In the cornbread. It's like, at one point, you have TM messaging me. She's contacted Slay, supposedly. Shit's all funky there. Like, I don't give a shit. I ain't playing y'all's game this time, right? I'm not doing it. Y'all ain't catching me at this bait ball as you do whatever it is this time. No. But it's said at this point, Slay supposedly been told to be dead. Okay. TM gives the idea that she had just been alive hours before, whatever. I'm like, no, I'll get the gist, right? I say to TM, I was like, wait for it. When news breaks, they'll swear up and fucking down that she's committed the unaliving event, and they'll blame you. They'll swear you called her, said whatever. You know what comes up next? You know what happens next? Almost as if this group was connected. Well, somehow chasing fucking Squall and the whole hive and the Shays and everybody else are eating up Squall's chat. with the narrative that no, TM's not responsible, though she's the one contacting and harassing her family. It's somehow JS. And that Slay has indeed unalived. And then what you see online is a buy one, get two free $129 obituary. Chasing stamp. Weird shit, huh? Right. Seriously, you're gonna buy the same. And then the obits didn't line up with, well, what we all knew to be supposedly true about the Slay character. Then you see really the only ones in comments being people known to some of us to be players over here in the YouTube arena and chats and things. It's a little weird. Here you are, this star-studded FBI card team, upstanding citizen. Either way you go, right? Upstanding citizen, PTA mont, wouldn't matter. You have a foundation, all this shit, and yet there's nobody commenting in your obit section. Bought for $129 online, and that's what your family chose for you. $129 package, the cheapest they could find. Before chasing truth has to come out and confirm. Give me a break. What's that Super Troopers line about? I'll buy that shit, or I'll eat that shit, or something when my shit turns purple and smells like rainbow sherbet, or something. Right. Weird shit. Slave shit. Blackmail by Penny originally, and this whole group, and whoever a certain player had Chase stalking us for, and made him think he was stalking us for. Right. Now this is where it gets funky. This is what was offered to me in the 2023 Discord version. This is reportedly an email from Slay to Durant. It's an FY sent from my iPhone. Begin forwarded message from Stacy Slay. Stacy J. Slay at Gmail. Date October 14th. Several days after the money push I turned in feds. They were probably worried about because I had not touched, and they, knew I'd already turned them in feds, but wasn't giving their receipts on it. They were just worried. Okay. October 14th, 21, 2:44 p.m., blah, blah, blah. To, PA Durant, blah, 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 FBI.gov. Stacy Slay, subject donation to Jody Subran. Oh, yeah. Hey, Paul. Right? Rather casual, but hey, Paul. My husband and I made a donation to Jody Sue to help her and the children from our foundation. Because I'm sure that's what clandestine, super secret, fucking card team agents can do. There would be no crossing of boundaries, no. Oh, I'm sure that's totally allowed. There'd be no problem or conflict there, would there? Hey, there's this super secret clandestine agent working with YouTubers from Discord, and they're sending money, and nobody's supposed to know. Plus, there's a super secret agent listed in Lawson and all the command post shit and all that. Yeah, but for my personal foundation, here's his money. Yeah, it's fine. No, y'all see the seriously. All right. She's afraid that someone will interpret this the wrong way and look at it as something shady. Please assure her that this is a love offering and nothing is expected in return. You know how we roll. Seriously? Seriously? Yeah. Just making you aware that this was done out of love and support for her for your records. Donation made from our LBL account. Can't wait to get back, brother. Call when you can. JJ. Excuse me? Now, I don't know. Look, all I can tell you is that they are indeed this bold and stupid. They did go about setting out in the real feds up. They did get stupid enough to send money we'd refused via this fake Fed shit. We did turn it in as well. Several days later, they could tell nobody touched it. It had them a little worried, shook. Now, if this actual email, or whatever this is, was written, templated, manufactured, blah, 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 October 14th, 21, I wouldn't doubt it. But where was that supposed to go? Now, I remember on calls with Penny, I'd be like, really, Penny? You can't be this fucking stupid. And do you think I'm this stupid with this money push? You know? I didn't want it. It's here. I'm flipping out about it, whatever. I told him I'd turn it. I think I told him. I can't remember. But either way, I was like, do you really think a real fucking agent of any motherfucking kind, who clearly we all just seen not be an agent, there's absolute proof of, feds ain't happy, bro. Do you really think that motherfucker, like there's no, you super detective you, that any law enforcement officer around Summer's case would be just allowed to go around giving money to anybody around Summer's case and it not be a fireable thing, uh, all this other shit? Do you not? Come the fuck on. This is too extra. Y'all done got me fucked up. By this point, I was hoping they'd just confess, because I knew by this point what the fuck they were up to. Didn't take a super genius. it was still like, you gotta be. But I suppose because I was telling Penny in, phone calls and other ways that you'd have to be stupid to believe any such thing that a Fed or this area you've already caught not being a Fed. And even if it were a real one, they could not do this without being fucking fired, brought up in charges themselves, all sort of shit. But still, yet, they continue to try to make me believe this was a real fucking bad. Even well after these days. Alright. And Penny going, but no, I have faith in humanity. I'm such a sweetheart. I'm so naive. And everybody's like, oh, Penny's so naive. No. And you could hear a mask slip all the damn time in the background calls with her. No. Penny was never naive. Or gullible or anything else, which is what Penny is. But anyway. It was stupid at best. But it makes me wonder, like, did this really go in to the feds? Because, I mean, they really are that bold and stupid. But, wouldn't that be more proof against the group had it been? And always, you have that shit in play like P-Pad did on purpose, making y'all think she was also, and tried to mind fuck me into thinking she was emailing feds and others. Girl had a problem, too. And I don't know, there's so many around here with fake fed shit, isn't there? So anyway, different ones, because remember, Slade's not the only fake fed, or fake police officer, or fake anything in some that this place and creators have done. But was this email supposed to be shown to me as proof? Right? Where Penny knew I was like, are you stupid? Or are you just plain stupid? There, buddy. Like, how ignorant of a hillbilly do you think you found in Ben Hill? Right? You dumbasses. How ignorant do you think I fucking am? You can't. So I wonder if this actually came from the 21 period, what its function was supposed to be. Was I supposed to see this or be sent this at some point? Shown this? To then make it look more real to me? To go, oh, well, they wouldn't have sent this to Peter and blah, blah, if it wasn't real. If they didn't really, if this wasn't whatever. Is that how gullible they thought I would be? And that if they showed me more, quote, proof like this back then I would have been like letting out when a report, is that what it was done for? Because I'll tell you what, even with that shown to me then, if it had been, I'd been like, y'all still stupid, right? Just because you tippy-tapped it out and put it in an email for no way in hell would have ever bought it. Didn't buy it to begin with. And, but even then, I'd been like, yeah, these dumbasses really are the type that would write out a fucking real email. To Peter Ant. Because they obviously had no problem setting up shit with the dude. But could you imagine that actually being sent and that guy getting this? The manipulation in there, this fucking freak show going, hey brother, can't wait to get back. Toodles, JJ. But hey, this place is a freak show. But either way, And then what was the point in showing this to me? Last year, finally. For starters, to get me wound up and on sleigh shit TMBK were doing bullshit for me. This one kept making sure to stumble on that. I'm not sharing with you if you're going to share with TM. Meanwhile, TM and BK are over doing it. And well, that's baby basic elementary school. Shh, don't say anything, but then hoping that people are really like that. And that would actually push me to go to TM and this shit. That way they could all make more fuck shit out of this and distraction and winding. And then it would force me to have to show my receipts on the whole thing. That way they could then see what was actually turned in, known, said. Have more to weave and bob from and wind their little stories up before. And as they were throwing Penny off, supposedly, allegedly, to the real feds for being the only one responsible for the fake fed. And I'm going to tell you, Penny ain't the only one responsible for Slay. And I'd hazard a bet Penny does know who indeed is. Now, my guesses are around the Slay shit. There might be a slim chance that Penny and Chase on there are some really dirty, underhanded motherfuckers, criminals. Case after case, Penny, operations, same shit, different day, but Penny got herself in a little too far. Penny chasing on me, they come from realms where the CIA, others been used before. They think they're going to be in and out pretty quick. No harm, no foul. Fake fed, woohoo, who gives a shit? Right? But it's been more the long-term players that have had more hands-on. The CIA fakes and the Fed fakes, right? In other cases, where Penny was just a little background helper, much like the pick-me mods and all this before they're handily gifted channels their own and new and upcoming cases as their winning little prize, about like laptops and things, and built up and become bigger players because they've done such a good heckin' job as members and subs and whatever in the last cases of these creators. So anyway, yeah, there's some dirty, dark, deep shit. But you see, shit went real sideways after the Slay shit. Not necessarily on American. Of course, you had the blackmail attempts, all that bullshit. Those really are pushes from others, though, that are having Chase do that, maybe making him think he's working for certain folks to do that. Not sure. But either way, it really starts after I won't let up on the Slay show. More so than the marathon show. In ways. And then I start outing their blackmail attempts and things like that against finding the children and whatnot. You know, and take note. And I'm just gonna put this out here. From what this group released, Penny says, It's Linda that really introduces all the other characters. She pulls in Rojo. She pulls in Chase, all those other things, all the characters. She knows Scott, right? Hey, football. I'm assuming this is about my voice. It's from cancer and a speech disability. Not from smoking. Have a good day. Anyway, trolling. Um, so it's Linda that brings in all the other players. The Rojos, this, that, the other. She puts out the 3:30, the 5:30 shit for Dawn, the smell out of work site. Has bits and parts to do with all the bids, around Chase, all kinds of different other shit happening around Summer's case from the beginning. No, man. But it's Scott that really brings Linda around. Mm. Fustos, too, brought in by Linda. Now, what's weird for me, though, is this icon Slay was using at a certain point. Wording, below eyes, etc. Some of y'all may recognize that being used around the streets for other things. Anyway, the and this Slay, who predates us even being published, right? Because Slay was created around a certain date or popped up suddenly, right? It predates us. Ish. First email from Slay, supposedly 9/18/21. Right. But anyway, first email, supposedly, goes, just flew in from Tennessee today for a 7-day break. Love both of your channels and appreciate your hard work and dedication. On YouTube, I am Heart of Dixie Justice. How do I join your chats? Imagine an email with a person asking that. They could go find your fucking email, figure out how to email you, but couldn't figure out how to chat. Down there, down there. Imagine being a super stealthy, super secret agent, detective. You can't figure out a fucking chat on YouTube, but you found your way to Discords, all these other things. You can use all the clandestine super secret things. And you can't figure out how to chat on YouTube. But you could find your way to an email to email somebody some stupid shit like that. Almost ensuring a response, especially for, for a new channel coming up. Any help is greatly appreciated. Thank you, Penny. Stacy. Sent from my iPhone. Anyway, Penny says this is Linda, replying to Slay. Good morning. If you catch them live, you're able to comment during the live. If you come after that live, you leave a comment in the comment section. Hopefully that helps. Imagine that being the first email from a person you ever supposedly get with a Linda involved. And then you think this motherfucker who's incapable of knowing how to chat finds a way to email you about it, though. They can use text that well, but can't figure out chat. But somebody there make sure you see this. Then later on, you have to see this, stupid. And realize, wait a minute, you're telling me some super secret detective FBI undercover profile card team, whatever, member, blah, well, not profile, but card team member, blah, blah. Can't figure out a chat. Felt the need to do whatever. Yeah. Okay. Alright. And then Penny's what? Just so fucking naive she believes it. Come on, guys. Oh yeah, this person who couldn't figure out, and this doesn't seem like a bait thing, like, support, come on. But that, anyway. So first email. Allegedly, supposedly, though. There's receipts that say Slay was being created before that. Strange part, though, that date would start correlating with around the time that certain squall shit was going on, certain vids and other things. But weird, huh? But there's a slim possibility that somebody back here, now I'm not naming names yet, but basically did Penny You know, what has seemingly happened to all the other creators who refuse to target us, or those who can't keep up with scripts, or those who fuck up their slay shit, or this here, you know what I mean? Seems like there is a great possibility for the extreme behaviors of Penny going full tilt whack job on us for several years now, and inserting this fully into everything and just trying to annihilate us with the face of the earth to fix what, well, they probably consider a Penny problem because Penny couldn't manage or finish the job, you know. And Penny's the one, anyway, threatening her, up and down, and who knows with what and where, whatever, to make the slave situation go away. Well, then what do you have to do? You have to annihilate a Jody Sue. And how do you do that? Well, you're the main Penny in the ship, aren't you? Better take care of it, eh, Penny? Why won't Chris and Josh Clark? Why this? Why that? Here's all these efforts, right, Penny? With the group, the monster, with the others, even downright trying to get us murdered and shit, but throwing that off on Jenny and Adrian, they're stupid enough. By the time y'all got them wound up, shit. Well, shit. Bones and all them have no morals. The monster's been trying that shit since before Summer ever vanished. So, and you see him doing that shit with Sherry the other day, so, whatever. You see Stahl doing it in Monster's Messenger, but rinse or repeat around here, right? So, anyway. Let me see if I can find the right one. All right. Yeah. I hear. I have to give a second. Oh yeah, I forgot. CZ did a whole blue solo cup thing too. Forgot about that. No, and there's the Gemini, Ginger. Here, tell and Gemini is the one with the key and blah blah, and they're like used to the PO box, and people are giving them back and all the shit. Yeah. Um, Now Gemini gave them back after old Brad was being questioned suddenly. Weird, huh? Mm-hmm. Horrible at meeting up for flyers. Yeah, I bet when they're a pallet full of newspapers and 3 or 4 flyers on the top to make them look like a pallet of flyers. In order to siphon up and take away all the flyers. That way this place could go around filming. Go, look, there are no flyers up for summer. No shits, because you and your group took them all. Threw them in trash and pretended like. And then that left, you know, the community wanting them without them. And then you never meet anybody with them, would you, Brad? Others, etc. Rarely, anyway. Unless it was just suck in some person you thought was suck inable. But otherwise, they all just went in the trash. Never got handed out. And y'all go around talking about how there was no flyers. Much like We Can Leave You Hopeless, who wanted their flyers up for some weird reason while helping, looks like sharing them with the marathon shit and the fraud shit, though. Cutting off of Lizzie, blah, blah, blah. I love this part right here. I 100% believed you when you said Squall was trying to see it. I believed when you said Andy was doing things, having stuff done to you. I was super scared. Yeah, bullshit. I stopped having good faith in you when you said Ginger Snap was a fake fed. Never said that shit. Like, at first, you question everybody as being who the fuck is the fake fed, but whatever. Now, imagine having that mindset. You're pissed off at me, though you clearly know a fake fed happened. You were part of it. But you're mad because I was questioning and trying to figure out who the fake Fed was. This is a mentality of fucking monsters. Anyway. Oh, and this is how Brad helped set up Dawn and the weird shit where they were all getting trashed and driving and getting cigarettes at the same exact time the same night. Plus, pictures were being taken by Slay of 110 that same exact night. Wildly enough, um, it's shit like he had someone else in his stalker team check on the truck in Starbucks. Much like here around the house 24/7, even before I knew he existed. Funny part is, it was him and all his people in this group that were mostly all the bullshit traffic that he twitching and freaking out. Do the math. He sent through stuff to me after he was tossed under the bus alone by everyone else involved. He's talking about Brad and his team of undercovers and off duties and shit. The stalkers and such, and the fuckery happening around us. Anyway, she goes, I know that Brad was drinking and driving, supposedly, according to him, the night Dawn got in trouble. I spoke to him and he was acting like he was so drunk. Then, shortly after, he was live and driving. Didn't sound drunk anymore. I asked him why, and he said cigs are cheaper somewhere else. Then the stuff happened with Dawn. As you recall, that had to do with Doug and them as well. And others actually being on the hill at the time. And all that when Dawn got pulled over, weirdly enough. So anyway, it's weird though. Penny talking about Trixie, Mr. Angels, blah blah blah. Telling people he was taking donations. I told him to fix it. They didn't need to be taking anything, especially after the stuff from the marathon. Penny goes, I had no idea he was talking to anyone but me and Tiffany Marie. I knew he was, quote, dating Trixie and was interested in Diana. I didn't know he was taking money from Diana. I talked to him about checking places as far as I know. TM had him checking places too. So Tiffany and Penny were really the ones tracking Brad around. And I mean, you know, I'd asked, did Chase Brad ever confirm to you who was asking him to stalk us or what? And as you can see, it was I had no idea he was talking to anyone but me and TM. I knew he was dating Trixie, he was interested in Diana, I didn't know he was taking money from Diana. I talked to him about checking places as far as I know. TM had him checking places too. This also flows into one moment in time. Penny in front of TM going, well, you had him put up the videos, which is sort of an uh-oh moment that's vanished somewhere. But Penny and I've talked about. So, found the Meadows videos? Found the Jonesboro video? Who really knows? Sorry, Linda Fusto's money thing that somehow plays into the Slay thing, but this place would have been well aware of because Slay is some sort of vouching system, and the receipts I've shown before sent me shit where she gave Fusto's money is somehow some way to make me shut up about her. You can't make it make sense. So they can easily weave around that shit. Who knows? Throw some more at it and some more people. Who knows? Um, on July 12th, 23, there's talk of but send Cam emails saying she was weird. I wonder where or when she first started talking to Cam. I asked him in chat. I don't think he saw it. I suppose I'll call him. So Penny seemed to be curious about when Slay started communicating with Cam. And last July, I was like, Slay was still Slay around the YouTube streets. In this group, handing out money and being a pointed bitch. Openly, until not long ago. In a few creators' chats, Penny goes, who's in this community? Or branched out. She goes, I know I've seen her in Duty Ron's chat before, Chris McDonough's, and I was shocked to see her sent Scott a super chat after everything. Scott was the last person I saw her in a long time. Not recent at all, but after everything her sent. Ziggy told me a long time ago that Slay emailed her when Slay was first being called out, and Ziggy said she denied having said she was card released. She said the stuff she's been accused of isn't true. She never said that. Ziggy didn't show me the email, though. No shit. Ziggy seemed to copy and paste templates here. And somewhere around Slay was heckin' worried when I wouldn't let up and started in on Slay again. And then it was up to Ziggy to try to cleanse what Penny had failed, and them to freak me out, and Slay to come in the box be like, that's it, I'm contacting the feds. I'm like, good bitch, do that. Yeah. Um, Chase's wee little digits holding the actual card for real feds, showing that he indeed was paid a visit by the Fed Fairy over all the bullshittery. And then for some reason, this group had to contact each other and do whatever, and Slay had to be involved, and templates made, and Q contacted weirdly through, I don't know. Penny saying Chase never had flyers. His flyers were indeed a stack of newspapers with flyers on top of them. They knew it the whole time, guys, as they told you all Chase was the champion and had all the flyers to hit up Chase for flyers, to hit up Chase for flyers, to hit up Chase for flyers, to help Summer. Him and his team he let off from his business he was paying. They were all out plastering the community and searching on shit. They had the flyers. Go to Chase. Come to YouTube. Come to this group to get the flyers. Come in here, you know. Just a stack of newspapers all along, and then no boy, that Penny going. The emails are what they are. I'm not concerned with it because I didn't bring Slay to me. I wasn't the sole person nor the first person to respond to her. If there's something to be discovered about Slay, it won't be that I brought her here. I just don't feel the need to fight online about it when I reported it November 21, and I emailed again about it July 8th. All of what TM is doing isn't for Summer, it's because she hates me. Penny also goes, by that point it appears so. She was responding to me going, so they allegedly had Chase doing things or that close to him. Penny goes, by that point it appears so. The first contact to my knowledge was they emailed about flyers and it had to do with other things. Penny goes, I found out Slay was talking to other creators covering other cases, like Delphi creators, at least one. I need to know more about her contact with Cam. And also if they're setting me up to blame me for Slay emailing me. Question mark. And however that can be made to look as a result. It's nothing that the feds can't look into or dig and find the truth. So if they look into it, I'm good to hand my shit over. So weird, isn't it? So weird. Linda being given complete access to the email days, blah, 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 right? Scott sort of fucked that up, though. They had to revisionist that to where it was solely down to Linda. Linda. But anyway, and then her saying, you know, that Slay, right? Slay knew Don got pulled over before you two. Now this is where Chase and all that comes into play, Doug's, all that shit. The picture that not being taken on Ben Hill. Weird shit, that, huh? Some bullshit about Aaron, Linda, and this and the other. Apparently, according to Penny, the feds also paid Diana a visit. Don't know if she somehow had summer. I don't fucking know about the marathon. Who the fuck knows? Some shit about Lisa Key, you know. Oh, I'm sorry. Slay took the picture in the woods tonight. Don took a shit on live. Right. We're going to talk about the Cam Slay aspect, of course. You can see, Slay is the one, and like they said in the Discord's design, Slay was the one taking the photos on Ben Hill. I knew that not to be true. That it was at least two cars responsible and shit. But yeah, you know, my thoughts again in 23 on Slay taking a picture inside of Ben Hill the night Dawn was shitting on live, reading off PG's speech with BK that started giving out the idea for Big Bad Mafia, something, whatever, la la la, I don't know, has something to do with Summer being taken. She's out there, you know, the narrative. Everybody thought Dawn had written, but it's actually Prayer Garden. And at the same time, she's playing with J4, Cher, We Can Leave You Hopeless. Oh, and there's the communications with Piper, right? Voldemort called me. She's so heckin' excited, right? Like, she got super heckin' excited around dying on. But see, thing is, that was all heralded in by a certain Jen. Little fuckers set her in the background for weeks, all pushed in by BK in this group. They eventually got their little nubs on, and then Piper was handed Monster as his chief handler before she was booted by Jenny and Adrian. Now, there's Piper with certain dates. Certain dates. Talking about Monster being here behind the scenes and all. Fully. Yeah. Yeah, that's real helpful. Piper. We talked for 56 minutes. I'm shook. I'm shook. She's also in love enough to sleep in the dude's driveway. It's starting to be weird. And it's okay though. Jenny and Adrian eventually fully took over. Poor crime scene eliminated. Crazy bitch. Anyway, and weirdly enough, just like Chase and right, Slay, Courtney and Penny never tried to get info about us. Always certain we were not sus in any way. Never really mentioned whatever. Strange that. But that Slay and all the others, the C&D and the others, were guilty as shit when talking shit about them. But Brad, even, somebody, Summer's champion, I always found it weird. That dude never asked me one question about something. Never. Red flag! Red flag! Um, no, lies. Oh, talking about Crystal, Tim using her to target Penny at the time, because blah, 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 and how Crystal has the Buffalo Bill feel around me and all that. Right? And that was Penny. Even, I think everybody can see the seriously sick infatuation Crystal has where it concerns me. Crystal came from Bones before she swears she was on the streets, and then Scott, and then built up as a channel to target us should also be a big fucking clue. And that she worked with Green Eyes for so long. Yeah, it should probably be a big clue to everyone. And that recently she's a it. We'll just carry on, won't we? Um, talking about Crystal whining about her money. See how they're in low line, how it's pretty gross considering all that's made on targeting the fuck out of me. Yeah, yeah. That was when they were targeting Penny with a red truck. Crystal's like, oh, Penny's neighbor has a red truck. Oh, that way y'all target her falsely and all that. make her seem sus. Yeah. That one has a job about it. I mean, a feel about it. Dog gets paid well until it's time and it can't be leashed, and it takes fake lawsuits held over its head as a form of blackmail. It's hard to put that crazy back in the barn once you release it, huh? That's what happens when you sons of bitches go around using those Buffalo Bill misery type motherfuckers. Skip, you work shit online, and then you can't get them back in the barn quite right. Linda at one point telling Penny supposedly her friend was abducted from CCS tracking, this, the other, whatever. Messages between Linda and Brad. Yeah. It was that. Food toasts and inboxes, screen recordings, those email samples. Penny saying tax evasion by way of utilizing my AdSense as far as Benny goes. But that morally wrong, not criminal, because I paid the taxes on the AdSense, she says. As far as Q, I saw what the public saw, no matter how much I asked her for extra or clarification receipts. So, you see, even Q wouldn't be entirely transparent with even Penny. According to Penny, that is, or Penny of 2023 Discord. And well, it's not as simple as the tax shit and all that, the blessing shit, and the 2 months worth of holiday checks built on the back of terrorizing I and the children that year thing, and all that now is it Benny and Penny. Anyway, her saying Linda was the one that put the painting of the wall stuff out around, much like the scent on job sites and all that shit and everything else from 3:30 shit, 5:30 shit. She even says really that it's Linda that ties all the things together, that she may have indeed actually brought Scott here. But, see, that's weird considering what's said in this beautiful little fast flowing screen recording, right? Of all of Scott and Penny's communications. Right. This one. If you stop and pause it, which I assume Penny thought I couldn't do because it was just you know. But if you do that, you'll see Scott talking about Linda, and well, you couldn't do this there, and blah blah blah. It's actually Scott that brings Linda into the room. Maybe, right? That's what it seems like by the fast bullshit here, you know? But then, and then, the damn other things. Scott going, I'll let her know that you and I talked at length last night, but you had no idea who she was again, so our cover wouldn't be blown. And nothing could connect with me with her. She was the only invite I sent to your group, and likely will be. Now we all don't know who each other. Ha ha ha, and it's edited. Right? That's Train Scott and Penny at the very beginning. The damn Chase and TM's Discord. It's Linda that goes, this guy doesn't want to be known either. Referring to Chase. Brad. Looks like Brad is brought in by Linda. All through TM's Discord. Scott knows Linda. Linda brings it. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever, right? You know, Linda, Benny said everything's on the table. Dawn is adamantly wanting to prove Dudley is lying. I'm going to re-listen and write shit down. Let me know if you think of anything. Unless I say something about the writing, you can't, says Linda. The call was sent to the foreman. I've told Dawn, don't get angry and answer with short answers, but be respectful and tell his truths. I'm asking him to send the wall photos to Benny if he has them. Anybody's guess on who was talking with Dawn and who was directing them to say what and to send certain pics of wall writing over to prove Dudley wrong and all that, directing them what to say to, blah, blah. Anybody? Verified again. Dawn being a contractor, he gets paid by the jobs. I told Dawn to address this tonight, but if he forgets, ask him, because that puts a huge hole in Dudley's story. Dawn takes his time to do it right because Dawn wanted bigger jobs. This was verified by 3 people at Tucker. Honestly, I don't think Dudley did anything, but he's not honest about some of the things, and I wasn't ever allowed to say Don wrote on the wall himself because it was part of the initial investigation. And Don could have blamed it on Dudley because only one other person knew he did it, so I am proud of. It's weird, isn't it? Why, yes, Stephen, I am trans. Do you have a problem with that? Absolutely. Also, a unicorn, siren, and whatever the hell I want to be any given day. Does it matter in the grand scheme of things or the world? Does it bother you, your rights, your life on Earth? Does it keep you from living your best life in any way? That I turn into a siren, a unicorn, trans, bi, LGBTQ of somebody? Does that in any way affect you or your universal life? Your love, happiness, your rights? I'm gonna bet no. So is there a reason that you're so nosy and weird? Do you gotta go around asking people that? Oh, I'm a pervert. Okay. Alright. No, you know, it's it's weird that you come in here asking me about what bits or pieces I might have in my pants, and then you call me the pervert. Seems like one of us is pants checking, you perv, but it ain't me. Because I don't care what you got in your pants. Live your best life, Stephen. Love who you want to love. You only get one life, and nobody else's affects yours. And who they love and what they have in their pants damn sure does not affect your universe. Have a good day, Stephen. Perv. Alright. Steven's Perv Universe. I think it was a cartoon, wasn't it? Alright. These trolls, man, they're on today. Bless their little black weird hearts. Alright. Hate's hate, bro. It ain't no good for the universe. It's worse than anything. I prefer love of many and love of all than hate and pants checks, division, kicking down at, annihilating each other over differences. I'd prefer to live in a universe where, you know, it's fun. I'll live in Jody C's universe. You live in yours, troll. Now, this is for some reason Penny and Benny accusing Kelly of scamming all kinds of fucking money. I don't know if that's from Slay, because obviously Slay was pushing amounts of money to Fostos, weirdly enough. So I'm not sure which friend. Could have been Diana, could have been who knows what. You don't really know, but there's Penny and Benny laying down on Kelly Fustos, who at that point they had tried to tie into shit because her location and stuff, you know, near Benny and Slay shit. Certain slave payments coming from down that way. Right? But they were accusing Fustos of straight scamming somebody or other. Who knows which one? Yeah, I don't know, some shit about Chase being connected versus, through families to the Wells, blah, blah. Causing the, Linda just being Linda around the fucking block. Oh, dear. And there's the Isaiah shit, which Adrian is here told to have fingers into. There's Penny finally putting together the pieces that COS, chicken on sticks, Monster's cousin, uh, duh. I'm sure she didn't know or any thing before. Right. And I think some of those communications are in here as well. Who knows? Here's Penny going, I swear to God, I didn't get involved with those ladies. I had to ask about chicken on a stick was I didn't talk to a monster like that. I've seen him StreamYard links. Oh, implying communication. Benny's number, resources for anger management. No, you don't say. But we didn't have any ongoing conversation. Yeah, okay, bullshit. I wasn't in with Andy or other family. That actually caused a little friction because info wasn't being shared at one point. We felt like they didn't trust us because they wouldn't tell us all the stuff they were learning from them. So at some point there was friction in the group because Jenny and Adrian on who had started and the others weren't sharing all the info they were learning from the abuser who wasn't even present June 15th, didn't give a shit and all that. And a person they had inserted around that doesn't know jack shit about me anyway. So what info could it have been they were trying to learn and gather from these people? Well, it certainly couldn't have been shit about Summer, now could it? No, it was shit to fuck with Jody Sue about, which shows what they're really about, right? I was like, who? Um, she goes, who we felt didn't trust us. Jenny and Adrian because they was talking to all those people, chicken on a stick, Andy, and your sibling, but wasn't letting me or Benny know what Andy or your sibling was saying. Maybe a little bit here or there, but that was almost nothing shared. It was like funny y'all picked two who don't and never did know shit about me. I still find that pretty fucking hilarious. Anyway, so there's Penny being like Adrian and Jenny weren't telling us all things they were learning from your monsters, people who don't even. I mean, and really, it's not about Summer, what they were trying to gather, right? It was stuff to try to talk shit about me and to fuck with me and to fuck with me and little by using our abuser. And he hopefully did that. Also made sure they were put into, the Jenny and Adrians are put into the siblings' realm and trusted enough to talk to them. just like he helpfully triangulated my kid into a position he should have been in. Then recorded him, did all kinds of fuck shit, and abused him in a way that this place could never understand. Now what's wild is Jenny, Adrian, and Penny and all them coming here to summer's events together with chasing. But yet, and being on all these calls together and with Monster and all this shit, they really, I mean, Penny will say shit like that. I had very little clue. Bullshit. I didn't have communication with bullshit. That's stupid. But eventually fed up by Crystal. Adrian, Linda, Slay. Linda possibly being the honest for Tennessee Truth. Pretty sure something after showing in the Discord the other day, and other Slay correspondents asked if they wanted to see more, and I don't remember if I screen recorded the emails, showed a few, or if they just said no thanks. She's talking about Jenny and Adrian. Tennessee Truth, I think Linda was honest for TT. Weird that. Linda's always room between everyone doing the most, and I have no idea why. She'll be like, I just want the drama to stop. It's about summer, while starting rumors and starting the pot. I was like, well, Adrian clearly stated Linda gave them to her, I think, and told her she reported them, but she didn't trust Linda had, so she reported them in February. But there's Penny saying Adrian and Jenny said no, they didn't want to see shit about Slade. But then when it was time to get on TMs, Adrian got on there swearing she got them from Linda, and then turned them in. But for some reason they told Penny no. But why Linda would be honest for Tennessee Truth is anybody's guess, right? I was like, why was Linda giving the sleigh meals to Adrian and Jenny before February of 22? Penny goes, I'm not aware that she did, which, obviously she got on TMs and said that. And at one point before I started talking to them, she was helping them with research. They said she wasn't much help. Now that goes against the grain of Jenny and Adrian swearing up and down at a certain point when they brought Linda out to kick her around kick the dog like they do every now and then. And that she had destroyed the database with all her bullshit. So Linda at a certain point was helping them with research. I was like, why did they just not ask you how in the hell did they believe by that point that it was new info? And then why in the fuck did they lie all the way into 23 about me and say there was no fake Fed, even after 2 years of you admitting there was, and them absolutely knowing it for fact? make that make sense. Right? Because y'all remember how Jenny and Adrian running here making videos telling y'all I was crazy, there was no fake Fed. Jenny up there going, Feds, doing the dumb voices and shit. It makes you wonder when you combine the fact that they told TM on her panel that apparently they'd gotten the slave stuff from Linda, but according to Penny, they'd refused it from her. Linda was of no help to him in Discord other than destroying it, whatever, but that tells you that Jenny and Adrian, and they should have been considering in the first few weeks, Penny, outed the fact that there was a fake Fed, had a whole panel on it. The panel featured Chasing Truth, by the way. All creators welcome, final and done thing. Penny fully admitted to it not long after the marathon. You'd think Jenny and Adrian weren't aware. Break. But they spent how many years telling y'all they weren't while they made videos, making fun of me, swearing up and fucking down that I was a lunatic, I was lying on Penny, I was lying on everybody. They still do that Fayed's funny voice, But make it make sense when Adrian jumps up on TM's panel to be like, yeah, we turned it in, la la la. February 22nd. So then why, through all those years, do they mind fuck you, Jenny and Adrian, into making y'all, especially new eyes that come through Summer's case, think that I was a fucking liar, I was this and the other, though Penny on many occasions, like I told Penny here, had always admitted the fake Fed happened. Hands down. Penny was always like, yeah, that shit happened. Hell, there was many hot links accidentally left open and shit, and other things done to where they admitted to it with Scott H. and Toe. Lives done, But yet, Jenny and Adrian were able to mindfuck the masses around here, make me seem like I was crazy by going, yeah, her and her fake Feds and all this, and make it seem like I was lying. Meanwhile, Penny's connected with all of them. Interesting. Couldn't just be to make y'all think I was lying. Repeat it, repeat it, repeat it, repeat it, and they'll believe it, right? Even though the proof was there in front of your faces the whole time, right? Whole time. From 21 onward. But Jenny and Adrian made their income streams on tormenting shit on me. Their little laptops. Their summer's vigils with party bags and their golden tickets to 110 and 25 and doing all the good jobs. As they threw Benny off around the time he got pissed about money with Penny and weird shit was shaking. He was left behind. It was just weird times. Weird times. It's been a weird ball. Oh yeah, see, and this is Slay of my partner Jason is with the Alabama Human Trafficking Task Force. He is who I work with on the I-20, I-85 rings. My ride or die. He's the greatest, always has my back. Now, Penny, I didn't get sent these and stuff back in 21, but I can tell you that Penny was indeed talking to me about how Slay had a cohort working with her. But I wouldn't hear from him as there. It was just, but Slay had a partner, like Starsky and fucking Hutch or some shit. Just called him Jason. That lines up with these correspondence things. Apparently, her partner Jason worked at the Alabama Human Trafficking Task Force. Whatever. What's weird though is My ride or die. He's the greatest and always has my back. We've been through some really tough, sad times together over these babies and young adults. There have been days that I wanted to quit because I didn't know how to separate the job from my personal, private life. I took it home with me. I have learned ways to cope and compartmentalize certain aspects that keep me in check mentally and spiritually. Now, mind you, first email from this fucker is, "Hey, I can only figure out how to use email, but I can't figure out how to chat." Wild, eh? Penny pretending not to be tight with Camille, Hurricane Camille of the fraudulent siphoning up of funds, keep it on can't show the receipts, Camille, fuckery of the marathon, who we clearly get. Anyway, remember she got up on TM's too. Oh, it was Diana. It's Diana and Nick. They were supposed to have her Discord. That's right. And then Penny in response to me at one point goes, "I don't want to dismiss how you feel, and I won't. Before any of that or how you perceived what I did say." I was like, "Perception? No. There's cold hard proof with your face and voice, etc. for almost 2 years now, plotting, then carrying it all out. That is not perception." Yeah, it's not perception. It's proof of you doing the shit. Quit trying to mindfuck me, you manipulative little monster, you. Okay. Wild shit, huh? And this supposed email to Durant again, I guess it was to make me shook or so. I don't know what the fuck else, but I don't care. Look, it's weird because Penny is still in there digging for info, ain't she? And it's weird because I know Penny's been on Ben Hill and in the road and all sorts of shit. So I just couldn't figure out why in the fuck Penny of 23 was asking me stupid questions she clearly knew the answer to and had been on videos by Bones and um Yennefer's and all the other tragedy pimps she knows that have driven Ben Hill by 23, including obviously herself and all these things. But she goes, not once did Linda say no, Penny isn't Slay. I was on a call both say no, blah blah. She'd rather let the life fly, blah blah. But anyway, She carries on. At the end of that goes, is Fred's place the one at the end and left all the junk in the yard? Just random ass question, digging for shit. That I know clearly Penny would have the answer to. She would never ask me something so simple and stupid, right? Because I knew Penny knew where Fred's was. Red flag! Red flag in this 2023 Discord. My response was, did you really just ask me that? Because I knew. See, red flag. And clearly, this one knew which one was Fred's. Red flag. So I just didn't answer. Wouldn't anyway on any neighbor, Fred or not. There's a problem here, isn't there? Penny of 2023. I'd like answers too. I don't expect forgiveness. I won't ask. We've said fucked up shit. I'll speak for me. I've never said fucked up shit. Seriously? But I didn't seek you out. Bullshit. I never expected you to reach out to me and put your video. You know what? I did care. I thought we were helping. I had no idea Chase was a piece of shit. No idea why I'm where Slay came from. Pisses me off that you thought I was trying to hurt you or had the hotel bugged. I believe your life is in danger. Why? Bullshit. 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 I know my truth and don't expect you to either want to hear it or believe it. It's my truth though. I was like, she was like, yes, I think so. Hold on, I'll see if it was specified. It has a flavor on it. I was like, you tried to set me up for falsehoods, drive me to suicide, get me targeted or murdered, get my kids taken, and put with her addict ass abuser, Penny. That is not normal, okay, right. I legit had a heart attack because of y'all. You damn near destroyed both of my kids, definitely harmed them, irrevocably changed their lives forever with what you did. That is insanity. Not even the realm of okay. See? Alright. So hopefully y'all can see, hear, etc. And was indeed battery race. I do that a bit around. Y'all know how I go. But it's less. Alright, sorry. I had to get some ice and do cat's breakfast and whatnot. Okay. This is what I was looking for. Go back a few minutes in the live stream there where I was talking about, Linda, the beds, the Meadows, Chase being brought in, just the narrative's built up to make y'all all confused and fucked up about who brought in who and who did what first, and those Meadows and Jonesboro videos. So anyway, sorry, not sorry I didn't use Tim's moral judgment of him. Yes, he told me the Summers life story, and I asked him questions poking holes in every bit. It was a short-lived conversation. He wanted me to put it in Discord and ask people to get info on Dobbs. I did. And I made it clear that this is something I'm being told, and he told me after. Now, do I buy that bullshit? No. And the reason being, unless this happened before they all attempted to use it as a form of blackmail on the children, well, I don't know. It's between all them, whatever. But I know what she's telling me is not quite accurate. But either way, and that Chase is wanting to know shit on Dobbs, and well, that's weird, especially during that era. That shit Sandy about Dobbs. Anyway, so I was like, did you find anything funky about that Christie bullshit? She's like, nope, she seems normal to me. Okay. Anyway, you said, quote, put the vids up for TM. When TM heard that, as she played it, she went a bit extra. Penny goes, she got scammed by him too. But anyway. But, same, but I did believe he was good till Diana told me about how much he got from her. I was like, did you find anything funky about the Christie bullshit? And obviously, of course, like, no, sorry, I didn't use Tim's moral judgment. I mean, blah, blah, blah. Nope, seems to me, blah, blah. But see, Penny said out loud, Chase put up all those vids for TM. Well, it looked like Linda and others were directing Chase after he was brought in. Like she said earlier, Chase was really on contact being directed by her and TM, etc. But, I don't know. Weird, huh? Either way, Tiffany did lose her shit a little bit when she heard Penny, and then she acted a bit extra and tried to speed past Sans. But anyway, Penny says that, Chase put all those vids up for Tiffany Marie. Not that that's how Tiffany Marie says she found Chase, was by his one, and then, then he did the others, and then Linda was heckin' involved in all it, of course, too. And at one point it said Linda was the one driving around with Chase doing them, right, locally. Chase, Brad he suddenly started a YouTube right before Summer vanished Friday. Linda of the immediate player on ground. Having her fingers and everything around here. Weird. Oh no. Anyway, so it looks like she got scammed by him too, as the Diana, not TM part. But yeah, it looks like those videos are indeed, yeah. talks about the lovely little LJ. Boy, you gotta love that one. Huh, wonder where that one got off to. I wonder. It's like, well, LJ does have a really bad habit of being an extreme liar. Grab it and only trot it out when needed. Much like Linda. But here tell Tim and threatens folks around that. Fucking Carl. And you have these moments, right, from, I guess, Penny slash Discord 23. You're the only thing on YouTube I've ever seen that's possibly leading to an answer. That's why I watch. Sometimes. Not so much if it's drama. Because I started off with something here may lead back to answers, so I keep searching. Penny goes, we're talking about other things. Uh, I said, no creator here wants her found. Penny goes, I don't believe that, but the people who dwell in drama and chaos might thrive in justice. I'd responded to something about that was the one Linda tried to tell me I knew from around here in school, if I recall correctly, and Linda did. Tried to have me think of one that was doing some shit around a graveyard with somebody I knew, which also happened to be the same person that took photos of Candace, I believe, at Smoke Shop. Maybe. It was weird, though. Anyway. But in response to me going something here may lead back to answers, so I keep searching, you know. And no creator here wants her found. Penny goes, I don't believe that, but the people who dwell in drama and chaos might thrive in no justice. Meaning exactly what I've said. There are people here who fuck up these cases, including Summers, and attempt to on purpose. Because they thrived in destroying these cases, because it keeps them going. Millions and millions raked in. They can, for years, then call people wrongly and innocent as the other sus and blah, 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 blah. And until, well, something's closed, a lot of times it's hard to say, hey, these motherfuckers are just doing whatever. So in a legal realm, they rely on that too to be like, We're just guessing, speculating, blah, 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 blah. Nobody's been clear. Case ain't been closed, right? I guess that's probably what they hope on in Summers, and there's two now to fuck it up so badly. Maybe she's never found, no justice served. They can all get by with perpetually making more millions off of all of us from Summer outward, doing whatever the fuck they like, and nobody being able to fight back and going, you can't just say and do these things around us. But they fucked up with several of us who can indeed in any courtroom show that we are in no way involved in anything on June 15th. So anyway, uh, Penny goes, you're the only thing on YouTube I've ever seen is possibly leading to an answer. That's why I watch. So even whoever, whatever portion of 2023 Discord is, they agree that these other creators they're absolutely wound around, playing with, tampering with, using to attack, target, and, well, it's funny coming from Penny, right? Isn't it? A statement like, I don't believe that. But the people who dwell in drama and chaos might thrive in no justice. How much of this shit has occurred around Summer's case because of Penny, her team, the Jenny, the Adrians, the CZs, the BKs, the Shares, Prayer Gardens, J4s. We can bring you hope. Serafina's, all of them. The ABs, all that. The Bones. How many? Well, they've screamed, where's Summer? But as you can see, they've manufactured all the shit, the chaos that may lead to no justice. Or that they hope may not. Why they manufacture so much chaos with those who even in the first minutes manufactured the chaos. And then use this realm to further it. So a statement like that coming from Penny 23 or otherwise around here, it's like, but wait, the fuck did you do, homie? Right? All this stupid shit, these narratives are picking up and making people think everybody's this, that, and the other. That's all y'all. That's your group. It's your Chasing, your Jennies, your Adrians, Pennies, your Scots, your BKs, your TMs. Because we are their content while they hashtag Summer's name. Those who thrive in chaos, deception, lies, purposeful fuckery, committing real crimes on real people via online means and otherwise. In and around active and ongoing investigations, including helping manufacture, maintain, etc. the fake feds, fake this, fake bobos. Remember that, Penny? Fake numbers, fake tip boxes, PO box hand, all the shit, man. All the shit all of y'all done. It wasn't all of us, dude. It's what you've done with all of us, to all of us in this community. Instead of simply letting us all just speak or say, y'all took it and made it everything except on purpose. You know, that's y'all. We may speak, we may be double-edged swords, but now I cannot deny that there's a couple of these motherfuckers around summer and everything here that aren't doing their own fucking thing for their own reasons like they've done since, well, June 15th. I can't deny that, you know, 2, 3, 4 of them there, we're immediately lying, fucking around, and doing bullshit, and then using this room purposefully to fuck around with, and have you all used to fuck around with everybody else around everything. Of course, that's correct. But maybe a couple of those, their goal too is to fuck it all up so badly. But no justice, no rest, no anything. Maybe not because they're guilty or anything, but because they matter before summer. Masks, monsters, little things, you know, hiding all the bullshit things matter more than summer. I don't know. Yeah. You know, Mayor, we don't know at this point. And they've got everybody terrified of talking. Honestly, most of those who watch here, it's to get their content for the day. Clip shit and more narratives pumped out. Most of them are terrified to speak, though, because of the way they're attacked, they do. A whole hell of a lot over there in the box, though, so they know they can't anyway. They still enjoy being in the bushes, it's the thing. I assume I actually only have like -6 people watching. You know what I mean? Um, they're actually here at any given time. Um, I can't even say 100 or whatever. I don't even pay attention. Yeah, I get it. It looks like 103 are supposedly watching. Take your pick. Bullshit ones, fake bush ones, people in the box, people terrified to speak because the other creators will eat them, target them, fuck them up if they find them anywhere near here. Yeah, it depends. Anyway, but you gotta think behind that. If I'm, quote, you're the only thing on YouTube I've ever seen is possibly leading to an answer. That's why I watch. Sometimes not so much if it's wrong. If you think that, then why do you go about systematically trying to annihilate that human being, the other witnesses, their children who are witnesses, this and that for so many years? Why do you do that? Why do you do that? Knowing that I'm still seeking the answers and truth, the pieces, and but you know, there's all shit in this one about Linda and blah blah blah. We wanted Linda to correct, I guess, her lies. She's done more than enough lying on her to sit her on my forever shit list. However, if the need came, I would speak to her out of necessity. Like this, that night, that day, exactly when, but I left because of what she was doing. I left and went back in and left more than once. And then Penny goes, I think Mullen did a good job being the nice guy And I think it was necessary to have a relationship in good standing with him. Not to say there wasn't quite reservations. I was like, nah, fuck her. Between her and a few others, they have reached chaos and brought all of this about in Summer's case. Months before I was ever online / public. I'm sick of being blamed for what the fuck they started before we ever even around spoke and all they've caused and still cause. Penny goes, Linda is a very busy person. And all she says is, I just want the drama to stop. This is about Summer. Right? Where we heard that shit before is these fuckers create it, do the bullshit, and they're like, but where's Summer? The fuck you mean? Maybe we don't know if y'all never inserted, fucked around, had parasitic relationships with those willing to fuck around and fuck off and create and manufacture chaos. Mud, jello, lines, false ass marathons, fake ass feds, fake ass bobos, fake ass tip lines, fake ass this, fake ass advocates, you know? Mira, Summer, is my missing neighbor. And when I'm desperately seeking answers and justice for him, whatever, but I unfortunately met tragedy pinpointed here. Avoid this place at all costs. Anyway, I do like the smoke and mirrors name, by the way. So, now this was the excuse, by the way, for the Google Meet call where they're plotting all the bullshit around my little, which doesn't match up with their later statement, does it? Where she's like, no, the first I knew about anything was when Jenny hopped TM's panel. See, the problem is that red flags and discords and others, they just can't keep up with their shit, can they? You can't make that math add up. Even in 2023, Diana, Penny, Nick, who really fucking knows? But anyway, but you see, it's the part. I think Mullen did a good job being the nice guy. And I think it was necessary to have a relationship in good standing with him. Not to say there wasn't quite reservations. Implying, I guess, Penny had a relationship with Mullen and making sure it stayed in good standings. I wonder what one has to do. Is it like when him and BK were blocking and bashing and trying to get Ernie dead on highways by triggering him and then setting him up falsely for criminal charges around the van and all that, and using his mental illness to, I don't know, have a habit. Surely not. Alright. Surely it doesn't correlate to the same time periods Mullen said to message and be talking about me and how the Wells have to often go on the defense and about what's being done to me, and then Dawn gets up on PGs and smirks, and you can audibly hear the duper slight smirk and him go, no, Jody, listen, Jody, just one time. I'm like, bitch, I ain't gonna listen to you about it. And he's like, no, 75% stats, which is his favorite number for statistics. It's the trolls, Jody. And the hint, wink, nod, audible smirk of someone who knows what's been sent through the Summer Wells Facebook family thing, allegedly, supposedly by Mullen, and said about me and how the one that shall not be named we speak of deserves whatever's coming to, and blah, blah, blah. And, yeah, the Wills have to go on the defense. So what does one have to do to keep that guy in good graces and relationships and good standings? Hey? Even if you believe that, I'm not sus. Show more than enough receipts to prove. And do you think it's possible that I'm as close to anyone on YouTube that could potentially maybe figure out something? Mir, no, Summer is missing. She needs to be found. By now. Anyway, weird. 2 seconds ago, Mir didn't know who Summer was. Now they heard she's not missing at all. Strange, isn't it? Make the troll make sense today. Y'all want to? They try hard, don't they? Anyway, so much like all the game, they could say pretty outright with certainty. No, not sus at all. Too many witnesses, too many factors in there. GSP's very low on the list. We believe her. We can tell she's telling the truth. Here's the receipts. Here's the proof she's showing us, right? But then they all become rabid, directed, paid. Oh, they get soaked with the millions here, of course. Marathon shit, crypto, all wound up. They all commit crimes and they get caught in those and all shit. And their trees get real shook, I guess. And then they're really desperate to get out of all that shit. And a lot of them fucked around and found out a little too late and got scared and then really started trying to target and annihilate. And some purposefully told to target us. While in the background, they're going, man, this ain't right. But we're told to, asked to, directed to, paid to. Or some just knowing they make a fortune off of it. Others locking, bashing, and playing G.I. Joe play school stuff with real lives. I'm gonna guess that's not LE condoned, honestly. What media manager takes over blocking and bashing? What the fuck is that about? I don't know, man. What are the links you go to from people you know? You don't believe or trust anything. What links, though, do you go to for others or yourselves or your own little things? The shit you got wound up in. To hide, to do this, to do that, to create chaos, module on purpose. To possibly be one of those that whoever Penny 23 there is agrees in creator land exists and want no justice for someone. By creating all this shit, implying the intention is, and is known to more than a few, like her, that they're trying to basically fuck up Summer's case on purpose. It's strange, isn't it? Weird shit, huh? I think I found what. Yeah, I'm looking for. Okay. Well, I get pretty tired of being, just monster fuckery. So I'm just sick of the narratives, especially around phones and devices and things, and how they've been used to help a monster all along. And they've always been a big point of contention, whatnot, I guess. Then you use certain narratives to fuck around and fucking lie to everybody from A to Z. And then you get your little team put out narratives, lies, bullshit too, because can't get caught, can you? And then you still continue to play stupid. And to give out the impression that somebody's doing something wrong to, monsters around here. Well, the opposite's true. Monsters are giving out the narrative that their survivors are the ones heckin' lying or doing something wrong or whatever, blah, blah, blah. Poor them. I'm sick of it. So I think I'm gonna give an easy example. Hold on. That's what I said until Wi-Fi wanted to be a dick. Right. Alright. So here's one play for you. This is Monsters on Rusty Tongue Canadian tetanus, whatever, right? The monster, it's eating his fucking face and setting him up to speak. He's too stupid to get. Oh, he'll get cleansed, alright. She's already ate him, put out all the worst narratives on him. Now she's going to use him to pretend she didn't do that because he's too much of an idiot and he didn't pay attention to any of this and doesn't really know what the fuck's going on to know what he's dealing with here. Or to watch margins to know what old Rusty Tongue Canada has actually done to him. Right? And the chaos she's made. The narrative she's drilled into people's heads about him this whole time. Right? But now it's time to butthole cleanse. Use him, and then after she's done with that, she's gonna, oh yeah, this is bad. You just don't even know what's coming. Anyway. And what type of shit she's getting ready to do his life if he doesn't continue to play with her. Oh, hell yeah. Anyway, he should probably talk to his buddy Dawn over there.
Just stocked up on a ton of Paleo Valley beef.
Alright. This is Cher, Rusty Tongue, tetanus, being stuck on. A hicking question from the dumbass nature lover that Scott's been building up, much like he has the Shays and CZs and all the other wackos during this whole thing, right? Now it's time to build it way up after all this time, though it was low sub, low cap before that. It's time to do it because it's targeting JSB, right? Right. No, one of the best moments is Scott and Nature arguing over green dots and mountains and mistletoe and being wrong on all counts. Anyway, so Cher, Rusty Tongue here, Rusty bicycle handlebars. She's stumped. She's heckin' stumped. Alright, but it's really to watch Nature build her up. All this shit, right? And then to help Monster with his continual. No, but none of the devices. Phones are out. Oh my god. Did he set everybody from Pruitt to Lawson to courts, you know, whatever. Yeah, whatever. Stall, everybody else. Stolen phones in DC. This and that and the other. No, it's somebody else messaging me. Hold on. Anyway, so Rusty Tongue stumped, so she makes another call to Monster. Gets him right up on the phone. Hold on, she's gonna call him.
Hold on. 1 second.
Yeah, 1 second. She's muted out. She's talking to Monster. Who's too stupid to realize she is one of the main characters that have fed up everything on him and the narratives and the lies and the it's done text and the Summer's dead body and you're part of these groups to your family and here let me dox you and your mama and your daddy and everybody else. That's how stupid Monster is. He ain't getting it. It's worth it because she'll help target me and trigger me while he acts innocent and contacts certain people around us, being like, have you seen what blah 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 and how every time I'm just barely simply on, she does it.
Yeah. All right, I got Andy on the phone because I forget what he told me about this, but it says Don and Andy, so I just unmuted right now, Andy, so everyone can hear you. Okay, so the text says it's you and Don, and it's the one where it says,
imagine still speaking like a kindergartner. Spaghettis and, you know, whatever, and Texas. Fucking dumbass. Anyway. Never said that was, no, whatever. Nature Lover has it up that way. So if Nature Lover says that's what these texts are, then it must be what these are. So Cher's heckin' stumped. She calls Monster.
Are you there? I'm at BP heading home.
Hold on. I'm gonna rewind. We're just gonna do this until we can get this over with. Because I'm sick of it.
All right, I got Andy on the phone because I forget what he told me about this, but it says Don and Andy, so I just unmuted right now, Andy, so everyone can hear you. Okay, so the text says it's you and Don, and it's the one where it says, "Are you there? I'm at BP heading home. Now I asked my girl, and she quit all that other shit. Are you there? Hey." Was that you and Don?
I don't think that was me.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see the
really
names on there. You don't know? Yeah. I don't know. It looks like he was asking you for some, like, maybe heavier shit than weed or something. I don't know. It says, I asked my girl and she quit all that other. So I don't know.
Yeah, it just, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's been so long ago, I don't really, but never dealt with nothing other than weed, and so I don't know. That might not even have been my text messages, because I don't think I have him under neighbors in the phone.
Mm. And then
I'm pretty sure I didn't
that's
even
what
do
you said,
business over text anyway.
Yeah, you said that either he wasn't safe.
He didn't have him as neighbors on the phone. He didn't do business over text anyway. And he never did anything other than weed. Well, we all know that's not true by his own admittances in chat, and he's still doing more than that around the block. So he's been admitting to it. But hey, let's go with this version of what a minister says it that day.
Saved, or you had him in there as Don.
Yeah.
BP is a gas station, right? Like maybe heavier shit than weed or something. I don't know. It says, I asked my girl and she quit all that other. So I don't know.
Yeah, it just, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's been so long ago, I don't really, but never dealt with nothing other than weed, and so I don't know. That might not even have been my text messages, because I don't think I have him under neighbors in the phone.
Mm. And then
I'm pretty sure I didn't even
that's what
do
you said,
business over text anyway.
Yeah, you said that either he wasn't saved or you had him in there as Don.
Yeah.
BP is a gas station, right?
Yeah.
BP, yeah. Was it for me, Lip Black? Okay, yeah, it says that it's between you and Dawn, but like I said, she's dirty deleted a lot, so I'm watching that Nature Lovers video right now that we watched.
And there's shared narrative in Monsters here, and so he doesn't listen to me, so he doesn't know that what she's feeding him is bullshit, much like PG fed him a fake me in her back chat, much like he's been fed this bullshit that Little and I ever said or implied he'd seen Summer's dead body. All this shit, right? That dude, and with his helpful stall in the drama, who absolutely does know, but can tick him off or anything on, he just eats bullshit. Okay? He just eats bullshit. And he don't really care because he can use these people and he thinks it'll be fine. But he also has no fucking clue what's really being done. And I might speak to the abuse and this and the other, right? But I'm not the one saying the things that they're trying to say I'm saying, or am I the one doing or putting out the bullshit and the narratives on him like they're the ones telling him I am, right? Or making it seem to be. It's them that have done all these things. Not I, not Little, not Eldest, not any others. It's them who have done this. But they want to make it believe that it's me. And he eats it, right? And still helps him. But he has no clue it's actually these people. It's these fucking people he surrounded himself with stall. Because targeting me, abusing me, continue to do all this shit. It's more important. And they can trigger him with it in the opposite way. They can make him believe this shit falsely of us. And then he gets even madder and he does whatever, and well, that creates drama for them to eat off of, and then to get him up on there and choke and collar him, right? Get him more and more and more involved in the criminal shit that he can't find his way out of, just like how he had a lot of courts here about earlier receipts I showed about how that chain of events went with Penny and the hostage and this and other, and how even he was like, dude, Jenny, Adrian, Penny, everybody else, they're fucking lying. So I'm being punished and can't get money because they lied. What? You know. See how it goes? And he's ninja. I don't know what to tell you. So, but in the central part of it, he's always wanted these phones, devices, cards, laptops, cameras, pictures, all the things for all the decades of proof he knows have of his abuse, not to count. In order to do that, he either had to steal them, which he did try to do, so I'd have no proof. Just like the recordings, the phone calls, the messages I've shown receipts where he's like, bitch, I'm not messaging the shit no more, that way you don't have proof of it. So instead he would call, and that's where the abuse took place, right? While the messengers made a certain way, and is him installed typed for each and shit to me, which is pretty gross. But if you can't steal the things and the proof that your survivors hold on you, then what's the next best thing? You make people think these things are fucked with or somebody else had control of, and you do the boohoo and the flip script and you pretend, and that way people maybe won't believe you're victims and survivors, right? He needs these things not to count, for people not to believe them and to believe that somebody else is doing whatever with them. It's as simple as that. Now, if he thinks these fuckers are going to help him with that, oh, it'd be right up there, choke time. No. It's important to him to hide the little things.
It could have been my text messages, because I don't think I had him under neighbors in the phone.
Yeah. And then
I'm pretty sure I didn't
that's
even
what
do
you said,
business over text anyway.
Yeah, you said that either he wasn't saved or you had him in there as Don.
Yeah.
BP is a gas station, right?
Yeah.
BP, yeah. Was it for me, Lip Black? Okay, yeah, it says that it's between you and Dawn, but like I said, she's...
Now remember, now he's saying, well, in that phone. But then remember, it was also, he had Jenny and Adrian pumping out that, no, that phone was stolen in DC. Bullshit. The other one was brand new. That other one never was in DC. Bro, what? You know, obviously everything's a lie.
Dirty deleted a lot, so I'm watching that Nature Lovers video right now that we watched.
And saying I dirty deleted a lot. No, I didn't. Everything I've ever posted in community is still up there. Everything I've shown here is still here. Ain't nobody deleted shit. But if Cher says it to Monster, oh, it must be true. And then all the 6,000 watching when Justin Peralholden is here. Oh, they'll all believe it, won't they, if Rusty Tongue says it? She's dirty deleted. No, I ain't. Not even a little. Not even a little. No videos, no Facebooks, no posts made, no community posts. Not deleted shit. They love telling y'all that, don't you? Because guess what? Much like him, if you can make it seem like, oh, look, she dirty deletes because she's a liar, she's shady, she's whatever. But I've done no such thing. You know who dirty deletes, goes back, knits their beds, hides their materials, all that shit? When it's not convenient and doesn't suit. That'd be the creators you watch say this shit about. I and many others around many motherfucking active and ongoing investigations. That's who. Weird that, isn't it? Now watching the motherfuckers who actually dirty delete, play dirty ass games, manipulate like dirty fucking whores in Canada, afraid to come back to the US, face some shit. It's these motherfuckers, bro. Trying to make the people they're fucking with, pulling criminal shit on, trying to trigger to all dirty shit to, look like the ones that are just a big bag. Much like Monster there, wants everybody to believe that narrative too with the phone shit. And in his case, I know why. The other ones, well, money's at stake, discrediting those who call them out for their rusty tongue bullshit, blah blah blah, is what's at stake. Anyway, so the main lie here is that, I guess, it's still that narrative. No, that means I didn't put them in there as neighbors. So who would have done that? And oh wait, those are probably not me messaging. Oh wait, hold on, wait, I don't know. Continued phone fuckery. Now, because this is easy access, I'm going to show it to you this way, these receipts, to break this shit down. Because I'm really sick of this shit. And if this phone fuckery continues, boy. But at least it's an easy example for Ellie and the world to get to know that, well, and it's in quick, clippable format. So, and easily digestible and attentions. I'll play it again. Mute it out. Remember the main lies here. He doesn't have them in there as neighbors. He doesn't do business over the phone. And that hint wink. I think it's some else myself tampering with it and doing whatever. Right there. Okay. Remember, these are what we're working.
All right, I got Andy on the phone because I forget what he told me about this, but it says Don and Andy, so I just unmuted right now, Andy, so everyone can hear you. Okay, so the text says it's you and Don, and it's the one where it says, "Are you there? I'm at BP heading home. Now I asked my girl, and she quit all that other shit. Are you there? Hey." Was that you and Don?
I don't think that was me.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see the
really
names on there. You don't know? Yeah, I don't know. It looks like he was asking you for some, like, maybe heavier shit than weed or something. I don't know. It says, I asked my girl and she quit all that other. So I don't know.
Yeah, it just, I don't know. Yeah. It's been so long ago, I don't really, but never dealt with nothing other than weed, and so I don't know. That might not even have been my text messages, because I don't think I had him under neighbors in the phone.
And then
I'm pretty sure I didn't
that's
even
what
do
you said,
business over text anyway.
Yeah, you said that either he wasn't saved or you had him in there as Don.
Yeah.
BP is a gas station, right?
Yeah.
BP, yeah. Was it for me that blocked? Okay, yeah, it says that it's between you and Dawn, but like I said, she's dirty deleted a lot, so I'm watching Nature Lovers video right now that we watched earlier.
Oh, yeah.
So, and then I was letting them know that you mentioned that Jody Sue's pretty friendly with a couple cops and would actually Facebook message with them, right? Or text them?
Something. I don't know which one it was.
Which
possibly.
one it was?
I don't know.
Okay. That's the rumor anyway.
Yeah.
Heard it through the grapevine. Okay. If I get stumped on something else.
No, you made him install put up that shit on his YouTube and in messages behind the scene. Jenny, Adrian, Penny did shit. Ziggy, Fred, Monster did shit. Dolly, Solo Cup, yeah, like, shit, all of you, including Monster, and, well, you are doing the shit now, right? Not a great, I guess it's a grapevine, right?
Gotcha.
Okay, thank you.
No problem later.
Goodbye.
Nah, no problem later. Alright. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. There it is. It obviously says neighbors. Right. Right. Okay. Now this is July 1st, 2020. That's clearly business over cell phone. Uh-oh. Right. Clearly. Right. Please, this is Donnie. Just got back from Utah. Because, Don did have that habit of the whole time he was gone, just randomly appearing back from Utah. Didn't he? For short bursts? Nah, but he was totally unaware of Jose. Let me tell you. Totally unaware and just took a 36-hour, 140-mile-an-hour drive just because he was jelly beans. Yeah. Weird, Utah. Strange days. Anyway, Okay, just let me know. I'm desperate. Can meet you at the bottom. You can see times on this. 6:30 p.m., 7:16 p.m. Earlier in the day, 5:39 p.m., etc., right? 3:58 p.m. Okay. All right. 7:16 p.m. He's obviously still not home where he would not have service on the cell phone signal. All right. Please, you home? This is Donnie. I'm back from Utah. Blah, 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 blah. Right. Whoa, there's business. It's on the cell phone. It's a thing. He's still not home at 7. This is July 1st, 2020. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Oh, hell. No. Now look, I get the cursory love you. Right? Banging stall time. Mind you, around these days, I'm getting ready to be diagnosed and had been newly diagnosed with cancer. I was like, I have no milk, no coffee. This is 10 o'clock in the morning. There was new coffee last night, so I was like, no milk. He's like trying to leave again. I was like, and you have the money. Yeah, like, he'd make sure of all the time about like Dawn and Candace. That's what abusers do. Anyway. He was like, well, come get the money. Probably not going to be able to leave. Sorry, didn't know you had milk. Oh, look. And the lunchtime. The lunchtime hearts that began. Right? Hey, while I'm taking my break that work lets me lie about my time card so you don't figure out that I'm fucking around on you at the BP and banging a whore in a bathroom. Love you. Are you in my fire range so I don't fuck around at the whore in the stall and get caught? Love you. What are you doing? He doesn't get hold of me. Tries again. 207, 307. He needs to make sure I'm in Wi-Fi range. If I'm in Wi-Fi, it means I'm at home, most likely, so, whatever. 520. Hard again. To test where I'm at, what I'm doing is he's getting ready to get off in a few minutes. See if I'm still asleep, if I won't respond. If I don't, it means he has time. Not be off on time, but won't be long after time, he says. July 1st, 2020. Oh, message by this point, 538. Was talking about Jeeps. It's the other 605, because I message, right? Well, then he doesn't respond. No answer. You know why? Because he's fucking whores in bathroom stalls. He thinks he's bought himself some time. He's gonna, So I call 6 something. 2 minutes. And then he calls back. And I miss it. Right. He's up shit. He knows I'm definitely awake. I just haven't been responding because I kind of knew what the hearts and bullshittery were. And him testing waters. Just send me a fucking list. I made a tip. Right. Yeah, you made a tip somewhere already. Anyway. Exactly the right amount too. Amazing, really. Even if you did, it's sad that your first thought is a pill and not car payment, internet, or green. Not even food. Nope. A pill is the first thought. And see, that's what he told me on the phone call, is that he wanted to take the money and go buy pills. Yeah. Because it was getting pretty dire, and this motherfucker was doing all kinds of fuck shit everywhere. Get his hands on and around, whatever, and stealing and beating and banging and whatever, and getting him from everywhere. So, anyway, I was like, weird. Exactly the right amount, too. Amazing, really. Mm-hmm. Even if you did, it's sad that your first thought is a pill and not car payment internet. Because seeing that 2 minutes, what had happened was, I was like, are you fucking shitting me? Instead of buying necessities we need or paying bills like I do, your first thought is going to get a fucking pill, you piece of shit. Right? That's basically where I'm coming from. He knows I felt about that shit, how bad I thought he was getting, you know, whatever. Anyway, I was like, not even food. Nope. A pill is the first thought. He was like, never fucking mind. The goddamn pill going get your tie. No, only thing I do is what you know. Right, right. You see why it takes a while to catch on? I was like, call the shit in like a smart person before leaving the lot. He goes, Ann, can you send list? I was like, nah, you just think I'm stupid like always. What you know about, and quotations, is the key con phrase there, by the way. It's your motto. He was like, I tell you and still get done like this. So, in his monster mind, even though I'm not okay with that shit, if he tells me, then that means he should be able to do it. And I shouldn't be like, what the fuck? Can you please just stop? I don't want you brain dead, toasted, whatever else. You're becoming a fucking addict, whatever. I just didn't like that type of shit. So, and I knew how bad he was. So it was fucked. So, either way, he assumed if then magically every now and then he dropped in a, well, can I, well, whatever, then I should be fine with it. And I wasn't fine with it. And then when I said I wasn't fine with it still, and then that justified the next 4,000 times he lied, hid, did shit behind my back, because then it would be, but if I do say anything to you, then you bitch. Yeah, bitch, because I don't like it. I ain't about that lifestyle, motherfucker. I don't want to be with somebody like that. I don't want anything to do with shit. So, and once again, there's him going, well, if it's not all day, every day, then it shouldn't count, right? Much like the receipts you seen in the way, a few weeks ago, where he's like, well, I don't cheat and beat you every day, so you shouldn't bring it up every day. Same thing. Not all day, every day, and still shit. Right? So if he's not doing pills all day, every day, then there shouldn't be shit. He goes, can you send the rest of the list, please? Because I ain't even playing into that shit, right? I sent him the rest of the list for that day. He goes, okay, coconut soup, extra meat, right? I give him the list, yada yada. It's just is. He goes, I'm on my way to get the stuff. 6:52 p.m. I send something else, blah blah blah. We talk, this and there, whatever. Yeah. I was like, do you care to explain why you were at John's today? Because you didn't have a grant, and so there's only one other reason, and it's called dope. He goes, didn't go. I call bullshit. Knew better. And make no mistake, he was banging stall there as well. It's right across the road. But anyway, yeah. There was some funky shit up. I was like, you didn't go anywhere. And then he knew what this meant. That I knew better. For fact, and it was best he just not lie to me. I'm like, take your time. I know it takes a sec to try to come up with something I might buy. He goes, I went and did a tire call. That's it. And then he sends me this helpful little thing that you all can now see in real time as a tire call, whatever, right? Well, you see, so therefore, now it still doesn't make sense today, right? Because these events, and I knew better, but I'll let it go. Just for the sake of that fucking day, and I knew he was close to being home, I just let it go. Didn't feel like being beat that day. I just felt like eating my fucking Thai soup and being left the entire fuck alone. After a day of hearts while he banged nasty bitches in the stall. And then, So I was just like, fine, sorry, my bad, you know. Just let it go. Because you might as well. Because he's getting close to home and he's going to beat your ass. You keep saying the things that you're only allowed to say at certain times during the day when he's away from you, and hopefully he doesn't just take off and come beat your ass anyway. If you dare say anything about his abuses at home and feel certain type of way. Anyway, I was like, are you taking a shower? And he's like, getting gas and eggs. Do you want me to? I was like, you can. I want cuddles, but you're, blah, blah. Shower. Odd that. How he'd take them before he'd come in. That always played out differently for him than us, type of things. Anyway, he wants to know if I posted the wills. Right? The wills, him and the others were selling out the back door with management aware, so they split the money and taxes, and it's fine. It's fine. And so this is how he ends up making everything this flip script, right? Because he did indeed, when he got new phones, left me with this, gave it to me. And I would use it, and he could see in this inbox all day long. Right? But he'd have me on his Facebook post the wills and all this other shit for him, and the business, for them, for the business and for him. And so he could see all that. There was no JSP was using the phone, blah, blah. He had no idea of whatever he noticed there, Nope, he turned at that, and that's how. But he could see everything that went in and out. Now, there was this one time I was in ICU that I might have lost my shit. Might have. But I was definitely speaking as me, but I never used these things in conversations to pretend to be him or otherwise, or speak for him like Stahl does. He would have killed me had I done so. Oh boy, would he. Anyway, so, and he wouldn't run his own social media. That's what's similar about the Stahl thing in his inbox. He hates social media. He hates messages. He hates drama there. And with paperwork and social media, he'll want you to do it for him, right? Just like he wanted me to take care of the tire and wheel seals and shit, right? And doesn't like the adult though. But yeah, anyway. So, now he's at his mom's. Getting in the shower. He sent me the pics so I could make sure they're posted. It's just, 8:52, still no word from him. Still wasn't home. And yeah. Some point in there, I guess he comes home. But as you can see, it was clearly him on devices, phones, blah, blah. Nobody was fucking around with the shit. Nothing was stolen, done, yada, yada. He clearly did business on his own shit, his own messengers. Like I showed you with the other cell phone a minute ago, that is a different one than this. So, it's the one that nature has those messages off of, and I showed you, and I'm showing you on that phone here. Right? They're two separate devices. That was his cell phone he carried on him at work that had the actual cell signal and service to it, and he had his Facebook on as well. The messages you see, and I just showed you in black, those are from texts, not Messenger, and they're on the other device that he had, and he was the only one that had cell service. And that is July 1st, 2020. And it matches, see, that was mine and his conversation on Messenger I just showed you just now in the blue. It shows you that indeed he was messaging while, via text to Don and them conducting business. Had them in there as neighbors. And he was clearly at work, wasn't me messaging for him, anything, and he was having a conversation with me all day that day. And he was late. Just like his cell at that time with Don and Candace. Don's back in from Utah. 5:39, all these times line up, blah, blah, blah. 7 something p.m., right? Him messaging Don and Candace, etc. He's obviously still not home by that point, so, and he's obviously the one in control of and has that cell phone. Messaging Don and Candace, doing all this shit. I'm gonna guess he just lied to, well, Rusty Tongue there, and you all, rest of the world, much like he's lied to Jenny, Adrian, Pruitt, Lawson, and everybody else in between, the bullshit about all the phones, flip script shit, make his survivors and shit look like it's all bullshit. The whole flip script around the phone thing, man. But fucking bust today, homie. On all fronts. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Now, I gotta tell you, somebody's the one that always referred to them as neighbors. I call them Candace and Dawn. Now, sometimes I'd say neighbors, but that's all he'd ever really refer to them as. Snow fog. Something I got 20 neighbors. I don't know. Weird that. But I thought he didn't refer to them as neighbors. I don't know why he'd have neighbors that he only called ever neighbors in the phone as neighbors. Do you? No, another late day. Considering you got off 30 minutes ago, you started to be here. Type of shit, you know? What for dinner? Coming for neighbors. Excuse me, old boy? Neighbors. Don't call them by their name, man. Neighbors. And since that's a dead guy, I don't care. You know? And there was that pedo working with him. But anyway. It was not a good day in 2019 either, but he was going to drop off the new guy at the shop. And have you heard from the neighbors? Man, I can't imagine the guy that only refers to them as neighbors having them in the phone as neighbors. Can you? But it looks good if you make it look like you're running shit's lying funky shit on the phone. I don't think I'm in it. I wouldn't have, but, 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 yeah, but, boom. My, arrest my case. And I did love July that year as I was getting the cancer diagnosis and shit. 12:15 p.m. I was like, and I'm tired of Intel and just waiting for the next quote better to come along for you and kill me again with malice and forethought and absolute intent. Besides, I'm assuming whoever you rushed your ass back out to call last night and spent an hour plus on the phone with instead of worrying about your daughter's meds and her sick here is the newest quote better. And in that case, you can just not come home while you're at it. Now, this is when him and Stahl first started really banging. Outright, after she'd moved jobs to keep her good little peepers on him in control of him. Right next door to his workplace. Super secret cell phones, whole night. And then he's like, dude, conspiracy and no proof. Nah, I'm about to do. So, you know. And he would do that. It'd always be, oh shit, I forgot something. I gotta go back out. And you couldn't get a hold of him for hours. He'd be done with it. And in the meantime, him and Straw play games where she'd be messaging me and pretend to be him, and they'd have private. Yeah. Cute, ain't it? Who's actually manipulating and doing fuck shit and pretending to be people and phones and all that. That'd be Monster and Straw, bro. But it's the same game he played with so many other whores. Something he found and got off on as a form of abuse. He'd also have a message like him to, quote, try to fix our relationship. Can you talk to her and pretend you're mean? That way they believe he was really trying everything. And you draw them in that way. Right? Can you give me advice on my relationship? And all this, and here you message her, and I'm just trying to, and then that way they'd buy the bullshit. Manipulator on the wall.
Hey, Megs.
Yeah, it was him thinking all his bullshit and addictions were worth spending Christmas money on and causing chaos around holiday again. Eh, that tended to happen. Then I was in ICU, of course. I think at this point, this was a night I might have went off a little bit. Yeah, but I was in there. He was terrorizing the kids. He had come in way late. He made sure I couldn't have any visitors because he said he'd be there. Because of COVID rules, it meant nobody else could visit. And instead, he'd go back and stall. But then when I was like, what the fuck? I was like, you're goddamn fucking kidding me. You're still not home with the kids. I called and he was fucking around with my dog. Right, up. And I was like, don't do shit to my dog. When you get done with the hospital, we will work the details of this bullshit out. I was like, leave the goddamn kids alone. They did right. You did wrong. You do this every time. I expect nothing less. He's like, well, I'm making them dinner. I'm going to bed. So he's fucking with my dog. He was not home when he was supposed to be with kids. He damn sure went with me in ICU. He was banging stall. He was out doing dope with, well, his buddy Chris, stuff that they were just talking about, and others. And I was alone. ICU. He got back. He was tormenting the fucking kids. Whatever. Anyway, I remember and recall trying to get up and out of the ICU and ripping my stitches because I was like, fuck this. I'm going to fuck home so I can protect my kids and my dog from this piece of shit. And it's leave me alone and I'll leave them alone. Yeah, I'll stop abusing the kids and the dog. You just, yeah, it's cool, alright. Is what it is. But see, that's the shit. He didn't want the courts, the others to see. As they enacted, him and his family is set up the shit I've been threatened with for days. Long time before, and, well, the damn day right before summer vanished. Threats of using certain places to do certain shit. Hint drops. That's what it was. The cameras and the supposed cat watching were definitely part of that setup as well. Wasn't oblivious to that either, but yeah. Always there, everybody else is the whatever to them. Boy, didn't they enact it. Whole nest of fucking abusers. Sort of used to that too. But from that point forward, it's got something to hide around the devices, and it's as simple as hiding the truth, which is, it is what it is, and these things in there aren't the truth. But he couldn't let people know that. He had to find a way to make it look a certain way, just like he's doing to all of you all in the world. It's the reason he so much fights back against the phone shit. Well, y'all doubt the proof and shit, just like he managed to do to those he set us up with, which is the reason we had a great deal of mistrust in there. In that road with a whole lot of people, at least partially. Well, we couldn't trust anybody, anything around anything. People made us feel even more unsafe. A little bit of intimidation, all these other things taking place, Especially once you reach out for safety for the first time in a very long time. And they took the bait. They took the bullshit and helped with the bullshit. Then who are you supposed to trust? Is this raging everything goes on and your neighbor's missing? See, what one broke dick, a whore, and a monster can do. It's amazing, isn't it? And the amount of distrust and all the shit that goes on because of them, their little plotting, scheming, things don't count, survivor can't be heard, flip script of typical abusers for those who are well trained enough to see them for what they are instead of helping them out. And then imagine getting over here and this tragedy people group helping him do what I showed you earlier in the stream, where you see him and Penny, Lips, the rest, pulling the shit that then becomes narratives and bullshit pumped into courts and around places and people. Even though he calls it out himself, right? His own messenger for once. Mad because he can't get cash off of it. Cash off tormenting Little and I. Abusing us. Only place he really steps in, stalling, playing around, is to complain that these bitches lied, got it twisted, and he can't get money off of what they all plan to do days in advance of it. Online and the calls and the courts and the bullshit. And for a year plus after. Still yet doing it online with this group. Behind the scenes, in front of, trying to make those that are survivors of look like somehow they're the ones that are whatever. Anyway, I just felt like dropping that today. Because I can. It's just where I'm at. It's sort of. Let's see. That's how it sort of works every time, isn't it? And you give them long enough to believe their bullshit around whatever you put out, and then you come at it from a way that shows them to be fucking liars again and again and again. In absolutes with facts and proof, evidence. And then you just hope enough to see it. Right? And are open enough to not want to go, oh no, this doesn't fit our narrative and what we believe to be true and this shit, no. And they go, wait, hold on. Logical common sense says, shit, what we were just shown is proof that, uh-oh, we've been lied to, calling and bullshitted by a monster and an abuser and the pennies and everybody else's throughout all this whole thing, you know. And you're still being fucked with. And they're still targeting people around falsely. All of them. And even monsters. Or shit. But those who were dead set in what they've been told and fed for so many years around everything around all this. It doesn't fit their narrative what they want to believe this or they're going to continue on that. Right? They'll take all that, they'll make it something else, they'll create chaos, jello, etc. with it. More bullshit and then go, where's Summer? Right? To fit whatever they want to believe of me after they've been rinse, repeat, repeat. No matter how many facts, proof, and evidence are shown to the contrary. You know? Because it hurts to go, shit, I've really been screwed over by these creators and mind fucked and gullible, and I've bought whatever they've been driving, and oh my god, I can't live with what I've thought and said and done in crazy ways to these people that these creators have told me that, made me think, and well, it's more comfortable for me if I continue to believe and do whatever I've been doing and ignore facts, proof, evidence, right? It's hard to sit down and go, fuck, I've really been taken for a ride and terrorized, right? Other innocent people are, survivors. Uh-oh, it's hard to eat and sit in it, as opposed to, no, I'm just going to keep ignoring it and go on my way with whatever narrative. It's harder to go. Nah, hell, I've been misled by all these creators. I've been that gullible. I've been, taken for a ride. Because it's hard for people to go, fuck. It makes them feel certain types of ways. It means if they're vulnerable to that, out in their real lives. And, it's uncomfortable. And then when they realize what they've done in chats and how they've helped in all the bullshit and what they've said and, participated in, they don't feel good about it. So, it's a brutal thing. They don't like feeling uncomfortable. They don't feel, good about being taken advantage of, lied to, conned by so many creators, and not being able to recognize abusers when they see them, and this and the other, especially in an area where so many of us are female here, and have been survivors, fighters, victims of one thing or another. And a lot of these women not being able to recognize all of these things, again, by having survived them themselves and help torment another survivor, fighter, etc. And around an open and active investigation, well, that's going to make them feel all kinds of, oh hell, what did I do ways. You know. And how did I not recognize another abuser and an extreme one? How did I not recognize these criminals, these cons that are behind these acts? How did I, So it's wounding and very uncomfortable. So they just continue on their path, you know. I believe in whatever they want. Before they believe or admit they've been taken for a real long fucking several years ride by monsters and the Jennies and the Adrians and the Pennies and the BKs and the TMs and the Dons and the fucking Rojos and Lips and the Rusty Tongues over there and the ABs and the Dougs and holy shit, all of the Justins, the MGLs, the Olivias, the Mallorys, the Bombs, Scott H's, the Lindas, the Chases, the Cams. Shays, Squalls, CZs. We couldn't leave you hopeless crew over there. The Seraphinas, the Ryans, the Deception Detectives, everybody in fucking between. Sucks to know you're sitting in a nest of monsters and can't identify any of them. Abusers, criminals that are telling you they're actually looking for criminals and going to detect them and they're going to get justice for these victims. While they're victimizing, taking advantage of you all, committing real crimes from behind these fucking icons on YouTube, having little boots on the ground, do funky shit, It's an uncomfortable place to sit. Yes. Anyway, I'm gonna leave it there for now. It's been a bit and busy day. So um, yep, been a night full of receipts. Huh? I'll let y'all just do whatever with it. But anyway. Okay. So I'm out here. I am. As always, y'all, please share the DV/Universal Hand Signal for help. It can and does save lives. Across the board, like accidents, at home things, choking, strokes, speech disabilities, those with special needs, you know, those times when victims, survivors, those facing crime in person can't be heard on cell phones but could tap a button and do the hand signal across the screen. Have someone call police in enough time to save them or get them help. Emergency services, etc. It also goes in public and in private that the hand signal can be used to help save lives of all varieties and in different types of peril. And one day, tech hopefully will make up the call center, and then the amount of lives it can really save it should be truly extraordinary. especially from areas where you ain't got a chance in hell trying to get calls out, trails of paperwork left behind, time to wait on Ellie. But if you can do the hand signal and you can survive just long enough, maybe they'll get there in time to help keep you from body bags. Children from, or if you can't be saved, at least your children can be. That type helps women and children also have proof and trails of things in enough time. And that way, flip scripts and bullshit aren't so easily fed to or believed by. See how that works? So anyway, y'all, as always, please do share Summer's picture information, call her by her name. It is a very tangible way to help find her and the person that's responsible, and to get her found and brought back to her community, courts, law enforcement, her brothers, so that she and they can tell her story, because they're the only ones that need to and deserve to do so. And I do have every bit of faith and hope that that will happen. I know it will. These men and women working our case care greatly. They care more for her than a hashtag or a virtue signal or a flat image. She's human and real to them, like she is so many of us. We all want her found, and we all want true justice, despite all the chaos and legend show. And by info, when you share Summer's picture, name, I don't mean tragedy pimp or social media shit. I don't mean the jailers, the bullhorns, Betty bullshit investigators or journalists or anything. I mean locals surrounding law enforcement, state police, locals surrounding, like agencies, state, TBI, FBI. I mean the Ansleys and the Bobos and all of them. Real investigative journalists, real police, real info. And always remember that there's a helpful Q&A on Summer and the investigation. It's located at the Fed's website. And it will help if you just spend 10 seconds going over there instead of a clip on YouTube. Go over there, read it. It would help this place immensely, and you. These creators couldn't feed you half the bullshit, narratives, conspiracies, and all the garbage they do. Those creating chaos on purpose could not manage to do half of what they've done from the beginning. With shit around here long before many of us present, and it would keep these creators in a line to where they can't, go out of bounds too much. Okay. And if you can't find it easily over there and quickly, put in search criteria Rogers Review, Jeff Bobo, and Summer Wells. Inside of a great many of his articles, you'll find links directly to that Summer keyword. Okay, you also find copy and pasted portions of it inside of his articles, as I recall. Also remember that a great deal of the first interviews ever done were with Bobo. They were phone calls. They're some of the least tainted by PG and the shares and the hopeless fuckers and everybody else, right? And the J4s and the tainting of and the weaving of all the bullshit. Manufacturing. Earliest days, Bobo did some of the best and some of the least tainted. You will find those Rogers Review, Kingsport Times News, and over at Hawkins News over here on YouTube, which has very low views, though it should not. They have done great pieces and put out a great deal of info, and I don't know why this place has kept you from over there. It doesn't want you to know about it, but all those places hold these things, including Bobo's interviews. What are left are taken somewhat here and there. But they're real. And they're worth taking a listen. Anyway. And they definitely play into the first pebbles in the pond that this group and others seemingly didn't take off with. Do things with them. Line if you can put the pieces to help unwind, hopefully, and drop a key loose. Anyway, so yeah, stick with those people for the info, the real info. Bobo's, Ansley's, real investigative reporters here on the ground locally, and those even further into Tennessee and otherwise. Their pieces are worth mentioning as well. Nick Burris, others, on comparing information releases between the two, but always stick with law enforcement, local surroundings, state police, TBI, FBI. Do not share info from tragedy pimps, social media, and not even our dumbasses speaking, okay? Because we ain't shit. We're not the info, okay? No matter what we lived with, witnessed to, this, that, and the other, right? For all the years or days or just June 15th or whatever. Thing is, especially about June 15th, not everybody's everything from June 15th. All the witnesses and the witness statements and things, not all of them are going to be a thing. They're not all going to fit. They're not all going to be part of the final answer and truth and everything else, right? Only alien feds can ever say what counts, what's not. And a whole lot's going to be wrong. A whole lot's going to be not shit. It's not going to be a thing. It's not going to, Now, anybody that tells you otherwise is full of shit. Okay. So, therefore, we are not really the information either. All we can ever do is speak from what we experienced, lived around, what we know of one another, this and blah, blah, blah. And some of what we choose to give or say openly about things around June 15th or otherwise, that's it. That does not mean all the things around all of us are things, or will be you can't cram all that in, just can't. So we're not the info either, okay? We're not. Best, I think, any of us here can do is hope that something we say gets somebody to perk up and go, wait a minute, I hold something that goes with that, and boom, there's the key maybe they're still looking for. That's it, really. Anyway, but please do share Summer's picture information, color by name. It's a very tangible way to help find her, bring her back to her community, her brothers, law enforcement, and courts. It's also, wildly enough, a way to possibly shake loose the perpetrators. Get somebody random to recognize something's wrong, to have a aha moment after so long and turn them in. Maybe one day they notice they're staring at Summer's information, picture, or name, and they're like, wait a minute, this ain't right. I've seen this many other times, or they have been a little whatever, or that, and just go, I need to call, and it gets the person or persons responsible caught. Maybe even after, maybe just one day, after staring at an ocean of summer space so long. Maybe the person or persons responsible pull a wrench and their heart grows, and they do the right thing on their own, and they turn themselves in. No matter what, thing is, they can't outrun outlast, out chaos, out jello what's coming for them like a freight train. They can't and they won't. And I have absolute confidence. Now, dude, you can't hide and run from June 15th forever. Can't do it. And you won't. You won't. You might as well just do the right thing. Turn yourself in. Say where summer is. And take what's coming. Maybe you'll get a brownie point or two for it. For doing it all on your heckin' alone. Instead of them having to hunt you down. I hope you don't get a brownie point or two, but hey, you might. Never know. Anyway, you can't outrun, out-hide, outlast what is indeed going to come for you. Alright, y'all, share some of this picture, information, call it by name. Remember, ain't none of us perfect, but we can toss out good pebbles, create tsunamis from ripples, and toss out little sparks that become infernos that light up rooms of darkness in the world with infernos, you know. Shine the light, you know. And remember, one voice can and does count, whether you think it does or not. It can. And you can change people's lives with little pebbles, little sparks in your voice. You can save lives around the world by the end of the day. Small here. Somebody could end up changing somebody's life or saving it around the world. You may never know about it. But even good travels quicker than you believe, even though it feels a whole lot. Days on this tiny speck in these vast cosmos like darkness reigns supreme. And bad pebbles are more likely to be felt or travel further, but you know, good pebbles and good sparks travel just the same, and they can save lives. And they can make changes just as quick. There are good humans everywhere, guys, even though it feels so dark sometimes. There's good out there. There's good in here. We're not all perfect, but we can all toss out the good pebbles, good sparks, and be a voice where we can. Anyway, you guys, I hope you enjoy your days, evening, night, this tiny little blue speck in these vast cosmos. It is indeed the little things. Thanks for hanging out.